Hello, everyone. And look at that. Look at that mug. Random JL, Spotted Fawn, Miss Sharon, Ohio, Native. Hey, y'all.
I'm trying to get this new phone figured out.
You're fine. Take your time, Ghost. I'm going in. I'm going to start cooking. Got to start cooking chicken.
I've been cooking chicken since 6 o'clock this morning.
Oh, my goodness.
I've already did my fourth load. My fourth load's cooling down now. I'm fixing to put in the fifth.
You are on it.
More bone broth. I have to do some more bone broth. I love that stuff.
Oh, my goodness.
What's up, Ghost?
What's going on? I can't see the chat yet, you guys, so if anybody's saying anything, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my laptop on so I can see what's going on.
Everyone's saying hi. Hi, Monique.
Hey, everybody.
Hold on, you guys. I'm going to shut off my camera for a minute because I'm going to put my phone on the wonky tripod. So hold on, y'all.
Did you say wonky?
Yeah, wonky. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Hold on. I'm going to change. Okay, I got to turn that on. All right. Now, hold on because it's going to go all squirrely now.
Squirrel.
Okay, there we go. All right, just let it go. There you go, baby.
Trying to get logged on my laptop so I can see the chat, but it's not cooperating.
Story of my life.
I know, right?
Oh, this thing, it's time for a new tripod. It does not want to keep upright. There it goes. It's going to slide down.
By the way, Hi, Ghost. Hi, chat.
Hey, what's going on, Sister Marie?
Busy.
Yes, okay. Busy.
Indeedy do. Here it is, y'all. From the garden tonight. It's got a mean curve to it. You put that in the fridge. I had to go there. I could not say that. I'm sorry if it's unladylike. But
well, I walked in and I was like, is that a zucchini in your pocket or are you just happy to see me?
Get out of here. Okay, I'm going to wash my hands. Oh, where's all my dish towels? There they are. Yeah. Okay, so I am yet again, you guys, using a recipe out of The Complete Guide to Pressure Canning by Diane Devereaux. I am doing the chicken curry recipe tonight.
Ooh.
Just so everybody knows, so I've got my chicken, I've got my onion, carrots, I've got tomatoes, I got everything prepped. So now I just got to get everything cooking.
Sister Marie go.
She back there? I got everything prepped, so now I just got to get. She'll be back. I know she was saying she was having issues with her service or the internet on her service.
Oh. Let's see if that's better. Okay, now I can see the chat.
Can y'all believe that Ghost is here? Hey, TT1. Hey, Eric. Hey, y'all. Hey. So what have you been up to lately, Ghost?
Same old. You know, putting up food, canning, enjoying the summer break from school.
Yes. Okay, where did that go? What am I doing? Oh.
Spotted Fawn, TT, Random, JL, Monique.
Hey, S'more, or S S'more, sorry. Oh,
TT. Speaking of taters, man, all right, the potatoes I grew last year, if y'all saw the video, it was my first time ever. I got a
Right.
bunch, but they were really, really small. I guess I just didn't water enough. So I let them sit in the basement all year, and I used those as my seed potatoes, and I planted 2 big buckets about 3 months ago. But something keeps digging up my potatoes and eating them. Like I go outside and there's these holes in the dirt, and I mean, what is it? Raccoons, squirrels, something? They're digging up my potatoes.
Is it like tunneling or just like little holes down just to get the potato?
Just holes down to get the potatoes.
Oh. It could be squirrels. It could be a mole. It could be groundhog. I mean,
I don't know, but they're in buckets. You know, I got the big tub, so it's not like ground level.
right.
It's
So
blown.
they're climbing.
I don't know what it is.
Squirrel.
So my
or
potatoes
mole,
aren't
yeah.
doing very well. My potatoes aren't doing very well. My tomatoes are doing good. Peppers are doing real good. I overwintered all 3 of my pepper plants from last year, and I put them back out, and they're all
Right.
producing real good. The bell pepper plant's doing good, the hot pepper plant, and the banana peppers. So they're over a year old.
Right.
Milkmaid, what's going on? Yeah, so my potatoes aren't doing too good, but I'll keep trying.
Wow.
If I put in I can do another load of potatoes before it gets cold. So I might do another batch. Only takes 4 months. August, September, October, November. It doesn't get too cold here until I was still pulling tomatoes off my plants in December last year, so it shouldn't be that bad. Yankee
You're
Watchdog, yeah, it's me.
Hey, Yankee. Hey, Milk. Are any of y'all
101.
canning tonight?
Hey, 101.
Hey, 101. Okay. Oh. Babe?
Yes, sweetheart.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. I got it.
Armadillo? No, Miss Sharon, we don't have any armadillos here in North Carolina yet. Not where I'm at. They're getting pretty bad in South Carolina, but they ain't made it that far up here yet.
Oh, I haven't.
Be over here.
I haven't seen that.
I was thinking maybe squirrels, but I don't know. Weird.
Here, please. I know what's in there. Okay. All right. Lime, curry, red curry paste. Okay. All right, y'all.
Yeah, Miss Sharon, my uncle's in about 45 minutes northwest of Charleston, Somerville area, and the armadillos just now started getting bad there about a year ago. Yeah, I haven't seen any here yet. Thank goodness. Buddy's doing good. The kitty's doing good. They just went to the vet this week. Their yearly checkups.
Okay. Jars are warming. Chicken. Unless I took it out already, babe. Hold on, y'all. I'm looking for something. I'm gonna mute myself so you guys don't hear all the racket.
Yeah, it was pretty hot here today. It's close to 100, with the heat index, however that works. Yeah, TT, armadillos are bad news. But they're slowly moving north. Hopefully they don't come around here. Those things are nasty. Monique, I started canning this morning at 6 a.m. I've been going for about 14 and a half hours. Well, that includes the preparation time for the chicken and deboning it and all that stuff. The wizard, I hear you. Yeah, I'd rather deal with armadillos than liberals. Oh, armadillos will eat kitties. Well, they can't eat my cat. I stick Buddy on. Hopefully, even if they do make it up around here, since that my neighbor to the back of me, the back of my property, raises hunting dogs, they kind of keep. I don't have raccoon issues. I don't any of that stuff. Those hunting dogs kind of keep the back of my property empty. Thank you, Wiz.
Okay,
It's
I'm
all
back, you
quiet.
guys. Sorry, I'm back.
So how you liking the new house, Sophia?
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it here. Except that I'm still misplacing things and then trying to find them like 2 weeks later.
Yep.
Like the size of this house is so big, Ghost, that like, yeah, everything seems to get lost. And then you're looking for it, you can't find it, and then oh, there it is, like 4 weeks later when you don't
Found
need it.
it.
Oh, did you find it?
Found it.
Hooray! Thank you, baby.
Want me to rinse it? Yeah, I better.
Yes, please wash it. Hey, who? Hey, Wiz. Sorry, you guys. I would be keeping up with chat, but hey, Gmo Merkel. Yeah, we got ghosts tonight.
Good night, Milkmaid.
And they say ghosts aren't real.
Right?
Yeah, I was gonna go live tonight, and I saw that you had the live, and I was like, "Well, crap! I'll just hop on with her."
Yeah, I
'Cause
can't
I found the split breast chicken on sale, so I was like, "Yep, time to put up some more bone broth."
I can't do Saturdays anymore because of Chris's work schedule. So that's why it's like it's Friday now, and I'm still trying to get it in, but
Yeah, it's a lot of preparation, like doing the bone broth and stuff. That's an all day deal.
hell
But
yeah.
we eat so much of it. I mean, you can't not. I can't not do it. So.
No.
And the way food prices are going nowadays, goodness.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Sleep well, milkmaid.
Yeah, I know, TT. I've been watching. I might not have been on the stream, but I was watching and I was in the chat usually. For almost every single one of them. I think I missed one or two.
All right, relax.
I've
Hold
caught
on.
most of them.
Yes, you are. Just relax.
Yeah, so about 2 months ago, I guess it was. Hey, G-Mom Merkel. Thank you. Yeah, about 2 months ago, my phone started acting really weird. and then it just turned off, and it would not turn back on no matter what I did. It just completely just died. So I lost all my contacts, you know, everything. So if anybody out there in the chat that had my number, and you're wondering why you hadn't heard from me, it's because I don't have my contacts anymore. So if you got my number, shoot me a text so I can save it in my phone. But when it died, I was like, I'm not going to turn it back on. So I went like 2, maybe 3 weeks with no cell phone. And I got to tell you, the first couple days, it was kind of weird. But after that, it was heaven, peaceful. I loved it.
Extremely peaceful.
Oh yeah, no cell phone. It was awesome. It was an adjustment period, getting used to not having one and trying to figure out what to do when you go to the bathroom. But yeah, it was peaceful. What's up, JR? Hoot. What's up, Hoot?
Like I say, you guys, I got to cook this chicken before I can get to anything else. So bear with me, y'all.
No
Yes.
problemo.
Ghost,
Yeah.
how's the rabbits doing?
Good. I one of my students at school, we were talking about rabbits. I can't remember how the topic popped up, but I'm like, yeah, I got like 30 something rabbits.
Wow.
And she's like, you got a bunch of rabbits? I'm like, yeah, they're meat rabbits. I ate them. And she's like, really? I'm like, yeah. She goes, well, my mom is wanting to get some meat rabbits. Her mom and dad were talking about getting some meat rabbits. They have a homestead right around the corner. So I gave her my number. I said, tell your mom to call me. And so I went over and checked out their farm. They got like a 25-acre farm, 2 fish ponds full of fish. They got horses, cows, goats, chickens, ducks, turkeys, everything. It's like literally 3 miles from here. So they bought, I hooked them up with a rabbitry. I gave them like, let's see, they got 6. They got I sold her 5 rabbits. I said, just give me $20 a piece. I mean, they're going for like $50 at the auction right now. I'm like, just give me $20 a piece for them. I gave her, she bought a buck and 4 does. And then I gave her an extra buck for free as a backup. And then I gave her daughter one of my baby bunnies that was just born as a graduation present. So they got like 7 rabbits from me. She's already bred all 4 of the does. They already got kits. So she's getting her rabbitry kicked in the gear. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, they're doing pretty good.
Well, that's good to hear.
Tribe, my big buck, my New Zealand buck, he passed away.
Oh, that's terrible.
Just up. I mean, he was fine 1 minute. The next minute, he just laid down and just went. You know, he was healthy as a horse. I don't know what it was. He wasn't that old. He was only 3.5. But I don't know if we had a real bad thunderstorm, and I mean, it was like lightning everywhere. And I'm thinking it just, it just scared him to death. I mean, that happens. You know, rabbits are really weird, man. They can just freak out and die. I'm thinking that the storm was like really bad. I mean, we had like a lot of lightning strikes really, really close. Trees were all bent over, and I'm thinking maybe it was just too much for him, and he just croaked.
Well, I know somebody else that gets scared of lightning.
The only reason I get scared of lightning is because my uncle was struck and killed by lightning. So
man.
lightning freaks me out. I love to watch it though. Like I think it's spectacular, but it does scare me.
Yeah.
You're
It's
such
beautiful.
a jerk. I ought to put you in this frying pan.
That's funny, Yankee Watchdog. That was the biggest issue with me not having a cell phone, was not knowing what time it was. Because I don't wear a watch. You know, I don't wear a watch. But yeah, that was the only thing that I missed.
Any spectacular shirts? A shirt reveal? What do you got?
I got one for him.
Oh,
Fuck your gum free zone.
yeah, there we go.
Mine says feeling triggered, and then there's 2 pistols right here. Sorry, I know it's like right there. I can't help that,
Mine
y'all.
has flowers.
All right, flowers. Good doodle.
Got flowers. So are you guys in the basement? Did you set you up a canning kitchen in the basement or what?
Not yet. We haven't gotten the basement set up. As a matter of fact, while you were gone, let's see, a few weeks ago, we had the 120 gallon holding tank spring a pinhole leak.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, and we had just gotten back from Missouri, and I go down there to throw some laundry in, and all she hears is, "Oh crap! Oh crap!"
No, you're like, oh no, oh no, no, no.
I go down there and I'm stepping in water. I'm like, "Fuck!" So I instantly already had my let's see, my shop vac that was already set up for sucking up water with the sump pump sitting in one of the big plastic totes. And I just went to town right off the bat because I already had it set up. So
Nice.
turned the water off and everything like that. Thought I could maybe patch it. That didn't work. So I had to make an emergency plumbing call. That was not cheap.
No.
So we went 18 hours without any water. That was fun. So we did well. A little practice on the shift side, you know. So
yeah, I know. I found me a thicket of bamboo out in the woods around my place.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of old growth bamboo. So I'm fixing to go harvest me some bamboo, and I'm gonna plant me a thicket out back behind my house. I'm gonna start building with a lot of bamboo. I think I may even do me like a privacy fence with bamboo. I'm gonna redo the rabbitry with bamboo.
Our one neighbor when we lived back in California, he had bamboo and he used it like a fence. He had chain link also
for his chickens, his turkey.
But he had going along the chain link fence. Yeah, it was all, and it works well. I mean, that stuff is hard as nails sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, you can make everything out of it. Cups, bowls. I mean, I'm gonna build me a I did the PVC bow, a PVC longbow, but I'm gonna build me a longbow out of bamboo, because you can make a serious, like, massive, powerful bow out of bamboo. So I'm gonna start experimenting with that. You can do anything with bamboo. You can make gutters on your house out of bamboo. I mean, you can do plumbing with bamboo, everything. Yeah, Monique, I'm not sure why he died. I'm thinking he just got scared. He literally got the shit scared out of him. I'm thinking maybe it was a thunderstorm. It could have been maybe, I don't know, a wild animal running through the yard and it freaked him out. But yeah, he was doing fine. I mean, he wasn't the most energetic rabbit anyway. He was just kind of like, he was always lethargic. He just sat in one spot chilling all day long until I put a doe in there with him. That's the only time he exerted any energy. And yeah, he just passed away, which sucks. I mean, I've got two of his. No, I've got four of his sons right now. I'm fixing to harvest two of them, and the other two I want to hang on to for breeding purposes. Southern Belle.
We got chickens next. Next, he wants to get rabbits. That's why he was so thrilled when I told him you were coming tonight, because he was like, "Oh, I've got to ask about the rabbit."
Yep.
Dude, you cannot go wrong with rabbits. If you've got a yard with grass, you can literally raise them for free. You don't have to feed them anything but grass. It takes them a little bit longer to grow out. But I mean, if you want everything you need to know about meat rabbits, just go to there's a YouTube channel. Is it Good Simple Living? That's a good one. Sawyer Ridge Farms is a good one. That's who I built my cages by him. But there's all kinds of information on YouTube about meat rabbits. If you do it right, it doesn't cost you anything.
Well, if I'm going to come to anybody, I'm going to come to you, Ghost, first and foremost.
Yeah, I'll hook you up. I'll share what little knowledge I have about them. I mean, I've only been doing them for a year and a half now, but they're really easy. I mean, they take care of themselves, and it's the best fertilizer in the world for your garden. That's the main reason I wanted them, is for the fertilizer.
Yeah.
Because we did have the chickens in the box, and then they got a little too big for that. So, and we were going to look at a chicken coop,
Small food.
a small coop, but they were all outrageously priced. So we're like, crap, what else can we do?
We got 2 rabbit pens.
We got 2 rabbit cages. I wired them together to make them one big cage.
And they've got the big hard plastic like basin that they set in. So yeah.
Yeah.
So once the chickens outgrow that, or we get them set up in their own run, that'll be next. I already have rabbit cages.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, sweet.
That's
Yeah, I
enough.
built my own cages. I was like, man, I ain't paying that money for them cages. I just built my own.
I think the
it
cages
was
were
actually-
like $30 and
Hold on.
Oh, that's not bad.
no, and then the
Not
little
bad.
base, the plastic base was like 20, something like that. So
Well, I've got 2 cages. Each one, it's a 6. It's a massively huge. It's a 15-foot long cage, broken up into 6 cages, 6 individual cages. So I've got 12 individual cages, and
Right.
I think I might have $200 in both of them.
nice.
You pop this.
Maybe a little bit more. Maybe $350. But they're huge. I mean, and they're all metal. Not going anywhere anytime soon. I'll be right back.
Okay. You throw that in the fridge.
Well, I guess I'm gonna take this into the kitchen and pull out my 4th load and put my 5th load in. Take you guys along with me.
I will full screen you when you are ready. Just let me know.
Oh, no big deal.
Oh, it is a big deal because you're here. Yeah, it is.
Oh. Okay. I'm out of here. Okay, and we'll pull them out now.
I can't wait to see.
Man, if this ain't reminiscent.
Man, look at that.
Right?
Man. Ooh, look at the color, honey.
Hold on.
I know you got to get that chicken in, but look at that.
Oh, God.
Woo!
Wow.
Goodness.
Man, that looks like liquid gold.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Sister Marie, Southern Bell's asking, are you doing mushrooms?
Yes. Thank you for keeping an eye on that. I gotta, when I'm chopping with a knife, I gotta watch what I'm doing very closely, so I can't look at chat at the same time.
No,
Okay,
you're
this
fine.
is-
Yeah, keep both eyes on that blade.
Yep.
All right, this is 4 loads.
Watch out, baby.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, Ghost.
Whoa,
Wow.
man.
The chicken broth, and then
Turn that
got
burner up all the way to high.
seven chicken. 7 of them that's just chicken. That was the breasts. Then the rest
Nice.
is all broth.
Wow.
Chris.
And I got 7 more to go. I'm putting them in right now. I gotta fill them up first. You guys can watch.
I think in the olden days, because like you're doing Ghost, you've been up since wee hours in the morning doing this.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why my elders anyway, would all the ladies would get together in one person's kitchen
Are you done with this?
and work on everything. So
Yeah.
they had
I need that.
community.
Look at this.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Woo! Man, give me a spoonful of that, Ghost.
Right? Oh. The color is just phenomenal though, Ghost. Like,
Yeah.
oh.
Now I take a strainer into this big jug, and I just scoop it in there, straight into the jar.
That is incredible.
It really is. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself for a minute, you guys.
I'm gonna try that. There we go.
I could watch you all day long, Ghost. Like literally.
Good stuff.
Southern Belle is saying beautiful Ghost. Miss Sharon is like, oh man. Hoot says nice. Looks delicious from Miss Sharon. And Leslie is saying, hey y'all. Oh, there's Tennessee Tactical. We be canning. Yes, we are.
I would like to give TT1 credit for the name of the canning stream for me now. We be canning. Oh, we got someone backstage. Oh, girl. I'm so
Beast.
sorry if you were back there for any amount of time, Root.
No, I've been there for like 5 seconds. Be still my heart, Ghost. Yes.
Woo! What's going on, Ruth?
I am officially moist,
That's what I'm talking about.
right? Hey, Random, Leslie, Chris, Southern Belle, TT1, Sister Marie, of course,
Hello, Roots.
Sophia. This is everything.
What's up, Roots?
Hey,
Well, I didn't know if anyone was going to come tonight. And then I opened my email because I had emailed Sister Marie, and I had opened my email, and there was an email from Ghost. And I was like, what? I was like, yes.
hey, Monique, Leslie, who?
And I couldn't tell anyone because he wanted me to make it a surprise.
Right?
A very nice surprise.
Indeed.
For sure. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not canning. I've done a few things the last few weeks. I did beef stew, milk, and what was the other thing? Oh, some ghee. And last night I made some more canna butter, and you all know I'm an expert at making canna butter.
Oh,
So I
yeah.
still have to make some cookies or something out of that. I just pulled it out of the fridge and I'm gonna get it more malleable and make some kind of a cookie with it. But
Delectable.
I'm just glad you're here, Roots, and I don't care if you're not canning or anything. I'm just glad you're here, and
always doing something though.
that's right.
There's always something to prep.
For sure.
Right?
No.
Hold on, baby
Leave
doll.
that there. No, put it, sweetheart. Put
Baby.
it back. Right there.
Okay. I need the lid for this puppy. Where is it? Oh, right in the back.
7 more.
Okay. Oh, let me see. Hold on. Let me full screen you.
Lottie.
Oh, wow.
Excellent. Look at that. Oh my gosh.
And I've got enough left. I'll probably get 2 more quarts out of that and just put them in the refrigerator.
Oh, beautiful.
Nice.
Okay. So I have got the chicken cooked, y'all, but I am waiting, obviously, for my lids to sterilize. So this is a mix of chicken breast and chicken thighs, just with a little salt and pepper. And so once my lids are sterile, then we'll start getting everything else together. Where are you at, Sister Marie?
Still
dark in
cutting
here.
mushrooms. I think this is going to be more than one trip around the block.
Oh, probably so. Probably so. Oh, you know what?
But that's okay. It gives me something to do over the weekend.
I can chat with chat here for a minute. Let me get some light on out here, though. Hey, Leslie. Oh.
So Ghost, is that like you did a full chicken, a little bit of mirepoix?
Do what?
You did a one whole chicken, picked the meat, did a little
No,
carrot,
no, I
celery.
did the split breasts with the rib meat,
Yeah.
with the ribs. That's just split breasts is all it was. I got 12 of them, about 12 pounds. They're about 1 pound breast a piece, and I just par cooked them or par boiled them, and then pulled the meat off, canned the meat, and then threw all the bones, skin, and everything else back in the pot with the vegetables and let it simmer.
It looks beautiful. That color is rich.
Oh, it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Hoot Owl, I will do a garden update here soon. Oh boy, hold on. I have my phone. Sorry, you guys. I'm trying to turn it around. Okay. The garden is doing well. I do not have my garden shoes on. I've got slippers, so I'm not going out there, but those are black oil sunflower seeds, which I will harvest. Well, those are black oil sunflowers, and I will harvest those for my chickens for making their own feed. And yeah, we got the tomatoes and peppers, and there's some beets in there and leeks. And yeah, everything's going. Settings, camera. There we go. TT1, I'm not going barefoot through there because not last night, but the night before, when I came out about this time to water, there was a slithery snake that actually went in between
Your toes.
went in between these wood slats that make up this big garden bed. So I'm not doing the barefoot garden walk. I don't know what kind of snake it was. It was not that big. Oh, hold on, Roots. I'm a full screen you, babe.
Oh, I don't have anything to show yet. Now, here's my can of butter. So last night I put about 1.5 ounces on a oven tray at about 220 degrees for like half hour to decarb it. Then I wrapped this in cheesecloth and I put it in like 5 sticks of butter. I let it set overnight. And now what I'm going to do is make some cookies out of it. What's up, Native? Some medicated cookies out of it. So for the moment, won't be much to see because I'm going to make up a recipes out of my ass. But it'll work out. You know, I'll figure it out. So, so that's the plan.
Okay. Those are usually the best recipes, though. You know what I mean?
Yup.
Welcome, Garrett. Native says Roots. Woohoo. Sorry, you guys, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just enjoying this peaceful, quiet outside. Hey, Bug.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 2 batches at least.
One of
More
the cool
batches, the
things,
better.
one of the coolest things in the world about doing the bone broth is that it's so easy to get the canner up to temperature.
Yeah.
Like it gets up to temp fast, and it you don't have to adjust the heat that much. It's like as soon as it starts chirping, I can literally turn it down on low.
Right.
And it
Nice.
just it's awesome.
All right. Oh, hold on.
Hey, what's up, Bug Dude? Native.
Okay. Where is my Mega Mint?
Great thing about having noisy doors is you always hear when somebody goes in and out of them.
Did you ever find the debubbler?
No, I have not located the debubbler yet.
Well, looks like I'll use a.
I just use a wooden spoon.
Yep.
I've asked our sons, they cannot
What are the-
locate it. I don't know. Oops. Oh, Garrett was telling you, got home after being with my grandma, then taking her out to eat, then I came home. So
Well, I hope you had a good time, Garrett. I hope your grandma's doing well.
Hey, I want to share something with you guys about, like prepping costs money, obviously. When you're putting up food, it costs money. When you're canning food, it costs money.
Right.
One of the coolest things about doing the chicken the way I did today, and I'll break the numbers down to you, is I actually made $150 today.
Oh, wow.
I literally got paid to do the chicken. I'll explain that to you. All right, I got the chicken. It was like $2.50 a pound, $2.38 a pound, I believe it was. It was the split breast chicken, with the bones and skin on it. That's what I used for the bone broth. So total for the chicken, the carrots, the celery, and the onions, I have a little bit shy of $35 into it. All right, that's about 12 pounds about 12 pounds of chicken off the bone. All right. So I got $35 into this entire thing today. All right. But I'm going to get 30 quarts of bone broth. If you go to the store right now and get bone broth, it's anywhere, at least here where I'm at, it's anywhere from $6 to $10 a quart.
Wow.
I'm getting 30 quarts of that. So that's like 150, 160, 180 bucks minus the 35. I'm basically making $150 by putting up this chicken.
That's also called winning.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, and that's my favorite thing to do is the chicken and the bone broth, obviously. And my other favorite thing to do is ghee.
I love ghee.
I cook with that stuff friggin' every day. It's gold.
Yes, it is.
But the thing about the chicken and the bone broth, if you're going to do it, it's like an all-day deal. I started at 6 o'clock this morning, so I got 15 hours into this. I got 15 hours into it, But that's, raw chicken, hard cooking it, pulling the meat off the bone. The first load was a chicken and then doing the broth. It goes pretty fast after that. But, yeah, I mean, it's worth it. I mean, you could make it a 2-day deal if you got room in the refrigerator. You could do it for a while and then, stick the pot in the fridge overnight and then pull it out and start over the next day if you wanted. But I don't have that kind of room.
I know that feeling.
Okay.
And I mean, we go through the bone broth. I mean, when I'm making, any kind of beans, depends on what kind of beans it is. Either I don't use water, or I do use water, but I'll take like a quart of the bone broth, and you can do 1 quart of bone broth, and you can go 50-50 split with water, or you can even do like 2 quarts of water for 1 quart of bone broth, and it's still more powerful than chicken stock. And that's what I cook all of our beans in, rice, all that stuff. I do it in the broth.
Yum. Yes, bone broth is wonderful for so many different things that people don't.
The thing is, too, you can just heat it up and drink it. When you're sick in the wintertime, I mean, there ain't nothing better. I mean, you can take some spaghetti noodles and throw them in there with the bone broth, bring it to a boil, cook the noodles, and you got chicken noodle soup.
Yes.
Yep.
One of my favorite things to do is eating on keto obviously isn't for everyone, but since I do eat on keto, if I'm hungry, but there's nothing I really want to eat, or even if I'm not hungry, a cup of bone broth with a pat of butter. Oh my gosh. You get that fat from the butter and all the goodness from the bone broth, and yeah, it's delish.
Oh yeah.
Delicious. Okay.
It's worth it. By the time I'm finished, I'll have, it's 9. I'll have 18 hours into the canning today. But out of that 18 hours, I'll have 36 quarts, 30 quarts of bone broth, and then 6 or 7 quarts of chicken.
Ooh.
That's a good haul.
Chris, I'm going to need that big bowl because I have to mix the chicken broth and the coconut milk together, baby.
Food House Correct store-bought chicken stock is weak water and sodium.
Yes.
Mhm.
That's why I don't buy box stock anymore. Like if I don't have any more bone broth or anything, then I just I use that.
Like when I do the beans, I'll it depends on what kind of beans. I'll either use chicken broth, I'll use ham broth, or beef broth. You know, I've even got turkey broth. I got turkey bone broth down there from Christmas.
Okay. Just set it over there for the moment, baby. Thank you so much, Chris.
No problem.
Okay. Okay, you guys. So this recipe that I'm using again is from this cookbook. And it is the chicken curry with vegetables. Whoop. So obviously, since my canner only fits 5 quart jars instead of 7, this recipe makes 7 quarts or 14 pints. So I am cutting down the ingredients as far as to fit. So it calls for 2 tablespoons of oil, 1 large onion diced, 6 garlic cloves, 5 tablespoons red curry paste, 1 teaspoon coarse sea salt, ½ teaspoon black pepper, 5 boneless skinless chicken breasts cut into pieces, 10 boneless skinless chicken thighs, 8 cups of chicken broth, 3 cups of organic coconut milk, 4 cups peeled and diced tomatoes, 3 cups carrots peeled and cut into 1-inch thick rounds, a 1/4 cup of lime juice, and 2 teaspoons of dried basil. So I'm cutting that down. I cut down the chicken. What I am leaving though is I'm leaving the amount of chicken broth, because if I cut down the liquids, I always end up short. So I'll cut down the big bulky items. So if that makes sense, y'all. So, okay, sorry. Sorry. Oil, onion, garlic. Okay.
Sorry, I'm like my grandmother. I store all pots, pans, and lids in the oven that I don't use because it doesn't work. So I didn't think you wanted a full moon.
You're fine, babe. You're fine. You're breaking up though, Sister Marie.
Dang it.
Okay, so I'm gonna saute the onion and the garlic. Onion, garlic, curry paste, salt, and pepper.
Good evening, Mad Shad. How are you doing?
Hello, Mr. Viking. Okay, let's get this onion in.
Sorry, everybody.
Mad Shad's like, ha ha ha, I heard the little one.
Hello.
Okay, go sit.
Hello.
All right, darling.
Wait, where's that
That's Mad
phone?
Shad, but mommy calls him the Viking because he's got great hair. And because he throws accents. And he's really cool.
Hi, Viking.
All right.
Americans of America's flag. Punch.
Southern Belle teacher, all right, I have to dip. Hopefully I can catch the replay for those answers later.
Oh, I'm sorry, Southern Belle. I know I believe she was asking you questions, Sister Marie. I'm so sorry. Be well, Southern Belle. Chris, you got to help me with this chat.
Sorry. That's why I'm trying to read it, sweetheart.
Hold on, I need to go back for Sister Marie. Okay, Chris, go back for me, please. Go back.
Sandwich.
Okay. Okay, watch out, because Mommy's got to put the curry paste in. All right.
Carrots, can I have one?
So this is one of the ingredients that I am cutting down because red curry paste is like, yellow is the mildest, red is medium, and green is the hottest. So I'm cutting down some of this because like my kids love yellow curry. So I don't want it too spicy. So instead of adding 5 tablespoons, I'm only going to add, I'm only going to add 3. That ain't going to fit in there.
Nope.
Fine.
I see. Southern Belle teacher was asking Sister Marie, are you pickling the mushrooms, putting them in a soup or a broth, or just canning them straight?
I am canning them straight because they're more versatile that way.
Hold on, baby.
Coming.
Okay, sorry, you guys.
Oh, that usually means something's got in it.
Can you help me?
Okay, hold on. I've got carrots up over here, baby. Hold on.
All right.
I apologize for that.
So,
Making her wait all that time.
I feel bad. Oh my gosh, the smell of this is magnificent.
Eventually, I'd like to do the marinated one.
You're welcome, love.
All right. So I made the dough, put it in the fridge to set up a little bit, and then I'll just cut it in like circles and bake it off.
Yes.
Hey, Ruth,
Yo.
did you hear me earlier when I said I lost my phone? I lost all my contacts.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I lost all my telephone contacts. So shoot me a text so I can save you again.
Okay, I'll do it right now. Some shitty shit with the phones.
Okay.
I'm sitting here looking across this counter at all this chicken broth, boy. Mm-hmm.
That's an investment.
Okay, chicken's in.
Oh, that's true. By the way, Sister Marie, you froze. Are you off the summer, Ghost? Is your
Yeah.
season right now? So when you go back, do you have the same position?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
I think I actually need more curry. More curry paste in there.
Yeah, it was good, man. It was my first year. It was really fun. It was really awesome, man. The kids are great. The school's great. It's an awesome school. It's a really tiny school. It's a Title I school, so it's a lot of income challenged, behavioral issues.
Right.
You know, the bad kids,
Right.
which is that was me growing up. So I'm awesome. I was like, yeah, that's what I want. But it's a small school, like the entire 6th, 7th, 8th grade, and there's only there's barely 200 kids in the school. I think it's like 230 kids, maybe 240.
Wow.
So I know every single one of them by name. There's only like 78 kids in the 6th grade class, so I know each and every one of them. And you know, they're small classes. It's a tiny school, and there's an American flag in every classroom. The Pledge of Allegiance is said every single morning when you go in.
That's what I'm talking
awesome.
about.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's none of that liberal crap. I mean, it's just, you know. I did have to do away with the scary Viking biker beard. It's kind of
Oh,
a little intimidating for the little kids, so I had to kind of like, clean up a little bit.
Dang it.
But Buddy's a superstar. We're in the yearbook. He's famous. Everybody in the whole in the school board, like the superintendent, they all know Buddy. They come over and say hey to him and play with him. He does really good at school.
right.
Okay.
I bet that makes Buddy feel good too.
Oh yeah, he loves it. He eats it up.
Eric,
Well,
I
I've
can
got-
see you back here, but I don't know about YouTube side. Sorry, Ghost.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, I got 2 kids that are on the spectrum. They're both autistic,
Mm-hmm.
and huge problems. They've been problems for a while. But with me in my class, they're gold. I mean, it's like I get along with them great. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird, And Buddy, he alerts on them. And there's a couple of girls that have real bad anxiety, and he alerts. He'll go sit with them during the class, and let them pet him to calm them down. It's really neat.
So do you think it's you or Buddy?
With the autistic kids,
Yeah.
with the autism, it's me. I just I figured out what the triggers are for each one of the kids, and or my 2 autistic ones, and
Right.
it's like one of them. I mean, they're both super competitive. So if I play any games in the classroom, I have to make sure they win. I make sure they're on the winning team, even if I have to cheat, because they're super, super competitive. If they lose, it ruins their entire day. At anything, it just ruins their entire day. But one of them's very tactile. He's very hands-on, and he's rough. He likes to poke and not punch, but he's very physical. So I'm physical with him. And then the other one, he's like, he came up to me one day. He's like, Mr. Martin. I'm like, yeah. He goes, who's your favorite? I'm like, you. And that just made his day. So he runs around telling everybody I'm his favorite student and this and that and the other. But like his thing is, since he's so competitive, I call him a loser. I do the L to his face. I'm a loser. And I mean, that's just his thing. He'll start laughing so hard he'll pass out. I mean, it's hilarious. So I'm walking down the hall and he yells loser, and if they cause problems in any other teacher's classrooms, they just send them to me. But it's pretty easy. I won't say easy. I mean, it's challenging, but it makes it a lot easier when you figure out what each person's weakness is.
Right.
And then you just make up for that, which is, I mean, for me, since I'm disabled as well, it's just second nature. So it just falls into place.
So you relate. I mean, it's all about communication and connecting
Oh,
on
yeah.
some level,
Yeah.
seeing between the emotions of it and what they're trying to say.
You just figure out what their triggers are. It's like me. I had to figure out what my triggers are with the PTS. And with these guys, you figure out what flips their switch and you just stay away from it. You figure a way to not ever let that become part of the conversation, and it makes for an easy day. But it's like with the one that's very physical. I mean, I figured him out. He's very physical, but he likes instruction. He likes to know what he has to do, when he has to do it, how much time he has. He wants to know every single thing about it. He's very, very smart.
Right.
So in the morning when he's coming into the classroom, I'm in the hallway waiting on him, and I'm like, hey, I'll call him Billy. Billy, I said, is it a good day or a bad day? And he'll be like, it's a good day. I'm like, all right, cool. But if it's a bad day, he'll tell me it's a bad day, and he'll just sit there and he won't speak. He won't do any work. He just stays to himself. And, I leave him alone.
Right.
If it's a good day, we make up for it. We make up for the bad days on the good days. But he lets me know up front, so I don't have to guess.
Right.
Too many people don't understand the concept of good days and bad days, whether it's physical or mental or whatever. It does have a cycle.
Oh, I have them too. And he even asked me one day. We're probably about halfway through the class, and I'm sitting at my desk, and I was having a rough day. And he comes up to my desk, just out of the blue. He goes, Mr. Martin. I'm like, yeah. He goes, is it a good day or a bad day? And I just kind of smiled real big. I'm like, it's kind of a bad day. He's like, all right, okay.
Right.
So he pays attention.
Oh, yeah.
Pour the rest.
Okay, so I missed what Sophia was doing. What's going on here?
Okay, so here is the coconut milk mixed with the chicken broth going into the pot with chicken, red curry paste, onion, garlic, and salt and pepper.
Rock on. And so is this a base for a dish? Or soup?
No, this is going to be chicken curry and vegetables, Roots.
Oh, yum. I love curry. Chicken curry, beef curry, vegetable curry. I don't care. It's all good.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Figured I'd give you guys a little peek into the pan.
Ooh.
A little peeksy. Okay, so that is going to cook for like 5 minutes.
Wow. And then are you putting that in pints?
I'm doing quarts.
Now, do you have any kind of thickener in there?
No, this has no thickener in it. So it calls for peeled and diced tomatoes. Now, I'm going to go ahead. I'm cutting a corner here, you guys. I had all intentions of doing my own tomatoes, but I'm just going to go ahead and add these. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drain the juice off of one of the cans. I'm putting 2 cans in. So I'm going to drain the juice off one of the cans and leave the juice of the other because I just didn't have time. But no,
Well,
there is
interesting because Southern Belle Teacher, she was canning something last week, but she did have a little bit of a thickener, and we always talk about, you know, don't do a roux or whatever. But I'm curious about the people who do go rebel a little bit, how it comes out.
Well, I know one of the biggest things, like in this cookbook, Roots, like there's recipes for like stroganoff and this and that, and the thickener that she says is called clear gel.
Okay, so is it a gelatin product or is it
No,
a?
It's like a powder. Last week Tiger showed me, and she had like a big container of it, and it's like it almost looks like cornstarch, but it's called clear gel.
Okay.
Okay, so I drain those. Sorry, guys. Drain those. And then this one, I'm going to leave the food. So we're going to put those in.
Sorry, not to jump back topics, but Ohio Prepper, I believe I have a granddaughter on the spectrum. She hasn't been tested yet. However, she rocks and hand snaps.
Right.
And then Leslie says, "You are awesome, Ghost. It takes a special person to take time out to know each one of the kids and figure out their triggers." Yes.
Yes. Yes, it's awesome.
Sorry, you guys. Okay, and now I'm adding the carrots that I diced earlier. Oh boy, this pot is real full.
Oh boy.
Per usual.
Well, a full pot's a happy pot.
This is true. Chris, I need my dried basil.
The dry basil.
Yum.
I'm a little nervous about the basil. Okay, there's the carrots, and then a quarter cup of lime juice is going in as well, you guys. So fresh squeeze.
I'll take a bowl right now. You got some jasmine rice? Bring it.
You know it. You know it.
Where's the basil? Come on.
Oh my gosh, this is so. Oh.
Seasoning.
Oh yes.
Basil.
So good.
Where'd you put the basil?
It's in there.
I know.
Watch out. Watch out. I'll know it as soon as I see it. It's parsley. Where is it up there?
I was looking, but I didn't see it.
Oh, snap. I might be out of it. How can I be out of basil?
So, Ghost, how do you feel about the fact that your little canning idea, like almost every day of the week, probably every other day at this point, there's some live canning going on?
Yeah, no, I've noticed that.
There
It's pretty
were
cool.
people doing it before, but
Yeah.
our little offshoot of it. It's pretty cool.
It is. I kind of enjoyed sitting back and watching everybody do it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot. Like Sophia was saying earlier backstage, people don't realize, like, if you do a live stream every week, that's one thing. But combining it with canning and doing a canning live stream, all the time that it takes. I mean, like, for instance, if I was doing the show tonight, I mean, I'll have 18 hours into this. That's just the canning part. That's not the preparation, the shopping, things that go into it, having to move things around where you get 18 hours of free time to do the show. You know what I mean? And then you're doing it on like a weekly basis. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it is. I've been spreading myself out. I try to say hi at all of them through the week, but I can't always actually do it several times a week. It is a lot.
Yeah. And it was weird too, because I think I was even telling you just the last time I was on live with you, when I started doing the Canon live stream a year ago now, over a year ago, I found out that I was canning less when I was doing the stream.
Right.
But before I started doing the live stream, I was canning 2 or 3 days a week. But when I was doing the stream, I would just save everything for the live. So I was only canning 1 day a week. So I found that I was actually putting up less food by doing the live stream.
Right.
Weird.
Agreed. I totally agree. It takes a lot more preparation, organization. It's easier to do it at your own convenience at home, getting everyone at the same place at the same time. It did kind of slow you down.
Yeah.
But what I can't get over is how many people have learned and tried for the first time and taken it and ran with it. Like Sophia is a good example of that. Ghetto is a good example of that.
Yeah.
Tribe and Native took it and ran with it. Like that feels good. That's when you're actually doing something productive,
That's the best part about it. And I had no idea that was going to happen when I started this thing. I was just like, I think I've told the story before. I was just doing a live stream. I was on somebody's live. I can't remember whose it was. I think maybe it was Backwoods or something, or maybe Tribe. And I kept getting up and I kept going to the canner in the kitchen. And somebody said, "What are you doing?" Or I said, "I'll be right back. Got to go check my jiggler." They're like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "I'm canning." They're like, "You're canning right now?" I'm like, "Yeah." "And you're doing the live stream?" I'm like, "Yeah." And it was just like weird. So I'm like, well, maybe I'll just do a stream while I'm canning, and then it just kind of took off from there.
Look, Mad Chad said Ghost got me canning, and I know that someone else I just thought of, Hutch did it for the first time. Oh, Dusty did it with us for the first time. There's been Stars Prepper, so many people that we've talked through and troubleshoot, and like it gives people confidence to have a team around them to give them.
I wish there was a way to keep track, I wish that we could put a number on how many people started canning because of what we did.
Right.
That'd be kind of cool.
You could put up a community thing, like who had their cherry popped by the Canimals. Let's do it.
I mean, it's like definitely in the double digits. I mean, it's probably like 20 or 30 at least, I would think, maybe more.
Yeah, because there's people in the closet that don't even tell us publicly, but I know they're there that have done it, tried it, gone back and watched.
Dude, I mean, especially, people were making fun of me years ago when I started doing it and putting up food. And now with the price of food going through the roof, I can't tell you how many people are like, "Man, I should have did this, or I should have done what you did," and the price of food it sucks.
Yeah.
But I got food to fall back on. You know what I mean? It's going to suck for a whole lot of other people.
Right.
I feel for them. But, and another thing too, it's like, even though I've got a lot of food put back, I'm not dipping into it right now because food's expensive. I'm paying the same price everybody else is paying for stuff at the grocery store, but I've got my backup.
Yes, Monique. Monique was an OG Canimal too.
Miss Sharon.
Word.
I still remember like the very first episode we did when you came in with that ancient dinosaur canner of yours and rocked it. You rocked it. That was awesome. That was like the best. That still to this day, that was like the best stream ever. That stream and Dusty getting his lid stuck and having to use the hammer.
Yeah.
was like those
Dusty's
are all-
stream was hella fun. That was hamburger. Yeah.
Oh
that
yeah.
was a lot of fun. We even now I'm not going to take credit for it for your show or whatever, but Angry started streaming this year, not streaming but canning, and put up pictures. Hey, I'm doing the canning, and I'd like to think there was some group influence of, all right, we can do this, you know.
Oh yeah, there was. Him and I talked about it on the phone a couple times. And the stream that we did with Alaska Prepper, that was a good one too, with the ghee.
Ghee, I think that was the second or third ever. Yeah.
Huh? That was like,
I think that was the
that was
second
like in the
or
very
third.
beginning when he came up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was at the beginning. It was pretty early.
Oh, that was an intense episode when Wild
That was nuts.
and disappeared. We didn't know if he was alive, and we were all
That was
watching his
roaming.
gauge going, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, that was roaming. Yeah, he said he'd never do that again.
Right?
That was nuts.
No, it wasn't roaming.
Crazy.
It was Wild. Crap. It wasn't the roaming
He had
prepper.
a
It
goat
was
pepper.
Wild. Crap. I can't think of his name. It was a while back. Wildflowers.
It was
Wild.
It was Wild Edibles.
Wild
was,
Edibles. Yes.
Yeah, that was oof.
Yeah, that was stressful for sure. Yeah, it was Mark. That's right, Stuart. Thank you.
Yeah, Mark. He's got like the longest YouTube name there is.
Right.
Can't remember the whole name. Yeah, it was kind of cool. I just kind of took a step back and just kind of chilled with YouTube for a while. The drama, drama just gets to me after a while. It's like I'm just tired of hearing,
Hundo.
It's like I just.
It's a toxic cesspool.
And it was,
but then
it was
we
so
have people
funny.
like
I didn't.
Sister Marie, a big ray of
Oh, yeah.
light.
Oh, yeah,
Sister Marie,
definitely.
she always works. She is nonstop in that kitchen.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Wisconsin. Yeah, he's from Wisconsin. But it was funny. I did a little experiment, right? I didn't watch YouTube at all for a week. I watched CNN, MSNBC, and all the mainstream media.
Right.
And then I went back the same week to YouTube and watched the channels that I usually watch. And it was hilarious, the difference in the actual news you get. So if all you do is watch mainstream media, then that's the only narrative that you know.
Right.
But you'd be surprised at what you can find on YouTube when people put out what the news actually said. Not the cut part that you get on mainstream media. So there's two completely separate worlds.
They converge at some point. The
it all.
middle.
Oh yeah.
Hoot Owl Stewart did can with us one time, I believe, or maybe more than once. I know he did ghee one time with us, and I want to say he might have done hamburger, but Stewart will have to correct in the chat. But I know he did ghee one time for sure.
There have been so many people that came up here and canned with us. I wish I could remember them all.
Right.
I wish I'd have started at the very beginning and just started making a list of everybody that came up and canned with us or that said they were canning in the chat, just to know how many people can with us. But I bet it's probably getting, I would say, at least 50 people, maybe more than that. I think 50
it was
we
hamburger.
might be getting close to 100.
Oh, I agree, because a lot would do it but never come up. And they would just say in the chat, "I'm doing this" or "I'm doing that," but never came up. So easily 100. So yeah, Stewart did hamburger and ghee. I remember. And
Yeah,
he
101.
a great tree, the yoga pose. He is a staunch tree.
And it's kind of weird how canning the bone broth versus canning something with meat in it or something with solids, how how much faster the process is. If it's just liquid, it heats up super fast and it levels off. It's like when I set the timer at an hour and a half, when it hit 10 psi, within 8 minutes I'm down on low and it's steady rocking. I mean, that's how fast it settles in, and it just mellows for the entire hour and a half. It's really easy.
Oh, Sophia, that looks so good.
I've got a defect in one of my jars, you guys, so it'll be interesting to see if it pops or not in the canner. I've already got it filled.
What do you mean by a defect?
It's got an air bubble like in the side.
Okay.
You should be fine.
Hold on,
Oh, it depends on how big it is, because I've got a couple that have air bubbles in them, and they've
do
been
too.
rocking and rolling.
You guys can.
It's right there. I don't know.
I can't see
Maybe
it.
hold on.
I can't
Hold
see
on.
it.
Come on, full screen. Solo layout. There we go. Okay.
Right.
Right there.
See a teeny tiny little dot.
Right.
Yeah.
You should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
We don't
Yeah.
find out.
Find out.
Yeah, I've got several. Yeah, that's right. Hutch canned with us for the first time too. Yeah, Native and Tribe canning like crazy. I think Hutch did meatloaf when he canned with us, wasn't it? Yeah, he did meatloaf.
Meatloaf.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, darling.
The only one that hasn't canned with us so far that I know for a fact has a canner, I'm gonna call him out. Got a little yeah, backwoods.
Backwoods. Oh shit.
And I know he's got all the stuff.
Backwoods.
I know he's got all the stuff.
Yep. Yeah, he does. Don't be skirt, BWAP. Oh,
Should
he
be
did chicken noodle soup, but he added the noodles. Oh, damn. Well, it'll still be food. Sophia is such an excellent cook.
Yes, indeedy.
Yeah.
I love to eat, even though the majority of a lot of things I can't eat right now. I love to eat, I do.
Oh, Tribe's got a live going on?
Oh, I think so.
Probably him and just Josh.
I don't know. I haven't gotten any notifications.
TT1 says he's watching us and Tribe at the same time.
Just
Double
like
dipping.
a double dipper.
Yeah, Tribe and just Josh are on right now.
All right. Okay, now
I think the next thing I'm gonna make is some lima bean soup. I'm gonna do lima beans with potatoes and hamburger meat.
Nice.
Look at
That
me,
sounds
I love
good.
It's a little
I love
backpack.
lima beans.
It's a little backpack.
It is.
So far, my favorite thing has been a recommendation from Sister Marie. She did boneless pork ribs. So they're like 6-inch by 1.5-inch pieces of meat, boneless, and you just shove them in raw. So you kind of stand them up for the. Actually, you know what I did? I curved them. I put them in like in a C shape and packed them in really tight. Processed those. I tell you what, man, you pull those out and they will get a sear like no other, because that cut has a good amount of fat anyway. And if you try to cook it and make ribs just normally, they're really tough. So you either have to boil them down or par cook them before you grill them, regardless. And I swear to God, it is the best. I'll go grab a jar. Actually, I'll show you guys what it looks like. It is the best meat thus far that I've canned.
Yeah, I'm double dipping too. I'm saying hey to Tribe. It's Tribe, Josh, and Hutch. It got all quiet.
Sorry, I had myself muted, of course.
The littlest one's noisy and stuff, so.
Pork can's real good, JR. Pork can, like, out of all the meats to can, my favorite is chicken because it tastes exactly the same way it would if you didn't can it, if you just cooked it and ate it. I mean, chicken really holds up well in the canning process. So does rabbit. Turkey does pretty good too. But pork holds up probably the second best, I would say. Even the sausage, I can sausage patties and they do great. Hamburger meat, it's still hamburger meat. There's a difference.
I'm out.
It tastes a little bit different, and it's different. It feels different on your palate. But,
Right.
You know, it's edible.
Oh,
But yeah, you can't go wrong with chicken.
Okay, so this is boneless pork ribs, and I basically shoved them in on their side. So you could curb them in a C, and I just packed them all the way down. There's a lot of fat in this cut, so you can see some of it there, but I didn't add any liquid. And you can see how they're on their side, kind of
no metal,
a little bit. But when you pull these out, they get a sear like no other. Like you can put this in a little ghee or olive oil or whatever. Or you could just pour these out and put them in whatever kind of sauce you like, throw them on the grill. I was so impressed with how tender it is. And I mean, I did some sandwiches, I did tacos, I did a fried rice. It's a ton of meat you get in here. I mean, there's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's probably 6 or 7 just absolutely shoved in. And this is, I cannot recommend it highly enough. It puts off so much flavor. I probably put in maybe a teaspoon of salt and no liquid and just let it roll.
Yeah, I've done those. Something else that also does real good is the tenderloin.
Mm-hmm.
I did the tenderloins. I canned those up. They're delicious.
The pork tenderloins, like just plop them in there. Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
I actually cut them. I sectioned them into. I took like a whole tenderloin and I cut it into like 6 or 8, nice thick chops, and dropped them down in there and canned them. They're delicious.
One thing I did that I did not like were pork chops that were bone in, because those bones were just too brittle. And when you take those out, I found that some of them broke in half or broke apart a little bit, and that can be dangerous. So when I go through that, through those jars, I actually hand pick the meat and do something with it. I don't serve them as the chops because the bones really do.
Anytime you can the bone, it gets brittle. If it's a whole bone, it'll still be like bendy and brittle. Right. But it'll stick together. But if it's like a pork chop where the bone itself's been cut and the marrow's exposed, it'll basically liquefy if you leave it in there long enough.
Yeah, halfway disintegrates.
Falls apart.
Okay. All right, so it says on this recipe to leave a generous 1-inch headspace. So I'm leaving like, I don't know, like 1 1/4 inch, I guess, you guys.
What the hell kind of recipe is that generous 1 inch? Is it 1 inch or is it 1 1/4? I mean, how hard would it be for them to put that on there?
No,
Here, baby.
that's
I've
why
got
I'm
it
like,
to
okay,
1 inch.
I'm going to leave like 1 1/4 inch
Yeah.
because it doesn't, you know, it could have been like 1 1/8 inch, whatever. Okay.
Is it a woman's inch or a man's inch?
Oh,
Right.
we all know how man's inches work.
Yeah,
You're
man.
gonna need a bigger jar.
Yep.
Okay. So you guys, this is going in the canner for obviously 90 minutes process time. Now, this is coconut oil. That's the oil from the milk. So, yeah, we'll see how this turns out. Like I say, I've never done this as far as curry. I'm a little interested to see how it's all going to pan out here.
Word.
Well, believe it or not, I've never had curry.
No way.
Oh, it's really good.
Curry is so delightful.
Yep.
Okay. In they go. Okay, pop that lid on, baby.
Got it.
All right.
No, Ohio, it's the other way around. A man math is 3 feet. 3 feet is actually 1 inch, or like 8 inches is actually 2. Yeah, baby, it's 8 inches. No, it's actually 2. That's what I'm saying.
Can't hear you. You're muted.
Of course I'm muted.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry, guys. Okay, so that's in. Now I can relax. At least in time until it's time to put the regulator on. Okay.
All right. JR wants my bone broth recipe. Okay. What I do is I get the split breast chickens, the split breast, because it comes with the ribs and the skin on it. I don't do any of the boneless, skinless stuff because you're not getting any. You're just getting chicken broth. I do the split breast. You can get the whole fryers if you want. You can do a whole chicken. I've done that before, but I just do the split breast chicken because that's just what I get. I've done it. The last time I did it with legs and thighs. The issue I had there was it takes so long to get the meat off of the bone with legs and thighs. It's just insanely time consuming. So for me, it's easier to just get the split breasts. Today I did 12 breasts. They were a little over a pound each. And what I do is I put them in a pot, big pot, 2 big stew pots. Fill it up with water, carrots. I do a bag of carrots, a bag of celery, and probably 4 onions. Throw it all in there. Bring it to a boil. I let it boil for probably maybe 15 minutes. Pull the chicken out. Let it cool off a little bit while the other stuff's still boiling. And then I pulled all the meat off and I put the meat in jars. And it's about 60 to 80% cooked. Then I fill it up with water. I don't use the water that I've got my broth in. I use regular water because the meat is going to make its own broth. So the chicken meat, those jars are full of chicken broth with the chicken. I can the meat, and while I'm canning the meat, I take all the bones, all the skin, everything that didn't go in the jars goes back into the pot, and it simmers nonstop all day long. And I take a measuring cup, I dip it in there, I strain it into a jar or a big bucket, basically, that I pour into the quarts. But you can do like each pot. I have 2 big stew pots, and I do 2 loads. Like I'll pull the broth out, and then I'll add more water, because you can cook another load with it, because it's the bone broth. You want the bones to get brittle and all that good marrow stuff to seep out. But I mean, it's really, really easy. Hey, Moonchild, it's very, very simple. I think I actually, honestly, I'm pretty sure I did a video on it. I did a detailed video on that. It's on my channel. I did a detailed video of the chicken bone broth, how to do it, because that's what Susanna watched the first time she did it. She watched the video. So if you want to just go check it out, check out the video. It's step by step.
Can somebody, just in case, drop Ghost's link in the chat, just for anybody who watches the playback who may not be aware? I mean, I don't know how that's possible, but
Yeah, I'll
just in
grab it.
case.
No.
Thank you, Ruth.
I did a video on the chicken bone broth, and I did a video, I think, on the turkey bone broth. It's the same process. JR, the biggest ones I could get, they're massive. I mean, they're witches' kettles. I mean, I don't know how many gallons they hold, but they're pretty big. Enough to where I've got 30, 34 quarts. So cut that in half. I don't know, but yeah, they're big. But yeah, you can't go wrong with bone broth. That stuff is gold, and you're making money. I mean, they're selling it. A quart of bone broth at the store is between $6 and $10.
Yeah.
I've got 32 of them in the kitchen for free.
And it's homemade, so it's the best.
I mean, I literally made money. I mean, doing the chicken and the bone broth. Anytime you're doing the broth or bone broth, you're literally making money, because it's stuff that you throw away. You're making money. Like everything I did today didn't cost me nothing. Yeah, $35 out of pocket for the chicken, but the bone broth, if I was to buy it like I used to,
right,
$150, easy, $150.
Well, and like you say, when you use it to cook rice, I mean, some people like small portions, especially like when my kids are sick, I'll just do bone broth and noodles, and so, I mean, bone broth you can use in so many, you can literally replace water in a recipe for broth.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't use water to cook hardly at all anymore. It'll be some water, because like the bone broth is like, my broth is powerful. That's it's like Bacardi 151 versus Grey Goose. I mean, it's powerful. So I can dilute it 3 to 1, 3 water to 1 measure of bone broth, and it's still way better than any kind of chicken stock you're going to get at the store.
Right. Freaking bug, dude.
I know, right?
I don't know how that's possible, bug.
I know for a fact that the bone broth video is on the Ghost Prepper channel. I don't think I uploaded it to the Ghost Canner channel. So do the Prepper channel.
Okay.
I uploaded a bunch of videos to the Ghost Canner when I first started that channel, but every time I upload a video, YouTube, it strikes me. I get a big red screen, and they like shut it down for like a day until they figure out that I'm not stealing somebody else's video, that it's mine. So it became a pain in the ass. So.
I know, honey. Okay, you guys, hold it down. I will be right back.
Don't you tell me what to do, woman.
You're going to do it, and you're going to like it, Ghost.
Okay. All right, so what exactly are you doing again, Roots? Am I the only one here? I'm the only one here. Wow. All right, so what do you want to talk about?
I'm heading back to the kitchen to do these peanut butter canna butter cookies.
Ah,
I'm gonna form them right now. I've had the dough in the fridge for a minute. I wanted it to set up a little bit more. So I'm migrating
One of my favorite things to cook, which is also one of the things that I hate cooking the most, is I do, you know, the Cinnabon, you know, the Cinnabon restaurant where you get the
Oh
Cinnabons.
yeah.
I make those at home, homemade. It takes forever, but they're so good.
They do. It's a lot of labor.
Oh my God. And I always mess up with the yeast, man. If you don't get your yeast rising good, it just ruins everything.
All right, let's see. I don't know if you. All right, so I rolled up the dough just because. Cutting these into about 1 inch, woman math.
We will watch you while I go check on my stuff.
Word. So basically, I just made up a recipe. It's more or less peanut butter cookies, but it was a cup of sugar, like half a cup of brown sugar, about 2/3 of a cup of can of butter, some flaxseed, some vanilla, an egg, a splash of milk. Let's see, a teaspoon of salt. I'm trying to think. It's basically a classic cookie recipe. Almost like a sugar cookie. And I'm hoping I can get all of them on the tray. I just kind of swoosh around. Okay. So these will go. They shouldn't take more than about 9 minutes. And I'm going to pop them in now and we'll see what happens. So I'll be back.
They'll be delicious. I know it. Oh my goodness.
Stuart, awesome. He dropped the bone broth link. Sweet. Thank you, brother. And that works with anything. I mean, I'm actually going to go up to the food line in the Piggly Wiggly and talk to the butcher and see if I can get them to save me some of their bones from their beef and even the chicken. Because I'll just do the bone broth itself because I've got plenty of chicken put up. But I go through the bone broth.
So, go in the refrigerator.
Yankee says those cookies would kill him. I will say Ohio Prepper made some delicious, delicious cookies and brought them to the get together. They were.
Oh, Bug Dude, I can be a personal chef. It'll cost you, but I'll do it.
You're fine, honey. Thank you.
Sophia and I have that in common. I almost went to culinary school. Johnson and Wales in Virginia was right down the street from me, I didn't end up going, but I worked under chefs that did go to like CIA, the Culinary Institute of America, and stuff like that. So I was trained under some really good chefs, but I could do it, I think.
Heck yeah, you could, Roots.
All right, I've got like 8 minutes. Don't let me forget. The irony of me forgetting can of cookies would be too much. We can't let that happen.
Okay, so at 10:09.
Yep, like 9
Okay.
after. I got to be at it.
Okay.
Oh, look. Hey, good to see you, JR. Is Sister Marie pulling jars, or is it that her sanitizing jars? Oh, okay. Mushrooms, I think. That's what she said.
I'm taking the jars, the sanitized jars out so that I can fill them up.
When you do your mushrooms, do you kind of cook them down first?
That's what's happening. Yeah.
Okay. I have not done mushrooms yet. I've seen a few people do them where they don't cook them down first, and then you end up with like 2/3 liquid and a little bit of mushroom. But I can see if you cook them down first and like pack them in good, that would be pretty freaking sweet.
All right.
Sorry, you guys. I'm about to eat.
All good.
Enjoy.
I will be back again.
Okay. I'm going to put in Sister Marie's Kitchen. Y'all sub to her. She started her channel in order to teach her niece how to cook.
Cool.
And she does various recipes and demos, but it was in an effort to teach a family member. And it's very, very sweet.
I've been craving some collard greens. I might do a video on how to make collard greens.
Nice.
That would be a good one.
Mhm.
Yes, please.
I tell you what, nothing pisses me off more than to watch somebody serving collard greens, especially like at a restaurant or somewhere, and you can tell that they used a knife. I'm like, what in the hell are you doing?
Right.
And they
Tear
cut
'em.
up the collards with a knife. I'm like, you did it all wrong. You have to tear them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Facts.
And then you take your bacon and it goes on the bottom of the pot.
Mm.
Then you put in a little bit of garlic in the bottom of the pot. Then you put collard greens on top that have been cleaned and been torn, ripped. You got to rip them, get the veins open in the leaves. That packs on top. Then you fill it with your water or myself, what do I use? Yeah, bone broth. And then you cover it up. You don't stir it. You let that stuff simmer, that bacon and the garlic and everything cook, or a ham hock. If you got a hock in the bottom, it cooks up through.
Mm-hmm.
Got to cook up through the greens. You don't stir them. You don't stir them. Not to the very end. Oh, good stuff. A little bit of hot pepper vinegar, and that's a meal right there.
Oh, yes.
Go down.
Makes it sweet. What's up, see? But absolutely, a lot of greens, you just tear them. The knife, ironically, it causes more damage to run a knife through them.
Don't ever pull a knife out on some greens.
Nope.
I mean, unless you're chopping up like lettuce for a salad or something. But collard greens, you better put that knife away. You don't need
Well,
a
even
knife.
that, like if you're gonna do romaine for a Caesar, tear it, don't cut it. That's how you get the browning faster on those seams. I'm telling you.
I'm a stickler when it comes to collard greens, because if you don't tear them, because when you tear them, those veins in the leaf, it opens the leaves up, and that's where all the flavor gets to soak up in there. If you cut them, it's like, that's just garbage.
Right.
Laziness. And if anybody saw my not video, but my picture collage of my aquaponics system I had in Florida with my 9-foot tall collard plants. Yeah, I ate a lot of collards.
All right, I'll look for it. I know which one it is. It's like the first one on your shit.
Yeah, it's like
Okay,
right at the
so
very beginning. Those things are
now
massive.
here's the thing. You pull them off the stalk, right? Like you
Yeah.
stalk them down, you grab the stalk and you go, shoo, and then you
Yeah.
rip. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm feeling it.
Like you can use a knife, you know, to cut the stem off the stalk, but when you're ripping the greens,
Just rip.
when you're ripping the greens off the spine, you gotta, you know, you tear it. You tear them. Ugh, good stuff.
Right?
I can make a meal out of just a bowl full of greens with some hot pepper sauce. That's it. Hot pepper vinegar, it's on. That is a good idea, Hoot. I never thought of that. Said his aunt used to put the greens in the washing machine to clean them before freezing. Cold water, rinse, and spin cycle. That works.
Y'all check
just
out this video, Ghost Aquaponics video. It's really good. It's one of the first videos. I believe it is the first video on his channel, the Aquaponics slideshow.
It might be, yeah.
And of course, some of the very first canning shows. And he had probably a few dozen just instructional videos before that. He did a series called What Would Ghosts Do, where people sent him scenarios and he answered what would ghosts do. So
that's
yeah,
how we
if
met.
anyone's new, go check it out.
Yeah, that's how we met.
Well, we met before that.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I do miss my aquaponics system. I think I want to try to get one started here pretty soon.
Do it.
That was some of the best vegetables. Oh my god! Especially the collard greens. Any kind of leafy vegetable in aquaponics goes nuclear.
Right.
If it's a fruit, you know, if it's fruit like tomatoes and stuff like that, they need a lot of nutrients. They still do real good, but you really got to pump it up. But the greens like lettuce, collards, celery, they are insane. Bug, you like my videos in the basement sitting at the table?
Hell yeah. I'm gonna walk to the kitchen. Those damn cookies.
Yep, it's 08. You got 1 minute. Oh, there's Backwoods over on Tribe Stream.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to get back to doing the sitting at the table in the basement, Bug. That was kind of fun, man. I do like 3 or 4 a day. I was pumping out some videos back then, man. I was pumping them out. I think I did like one video where I pulled like 1 jar of everything that I had canned. And then I did like a whole bunch of videos on explaining exactly what I did for each thing that was in each jar. Yeah. I did the milk. Remember I did the canned milk and I popped the jar open and drank it right there on the camera. And everybody's like, you can't can milk. Yeah, you can.
Oh, I love my canned milk. I just did some recently.
It's awesome for macaroni and cheese.
Oh my God, and mashed potatoes. I've got some here. And I was explaining to people, just like with evaporated milk, there is like this little residue, you know, that's why you shake it, whatever. But I love this shit. I love it. I've got right now like a dozen pints of it. And also the cookies. So All right.
Mm.
Medicated peanut butter cookies with flax seeds and whatever, and they'll still kind of cook on this sheet. So I'm not going to move them. I'm not going to do a damn thing. They are soft, but they'll be chewy if I don't move them, because they'll cook another 10 minutes on this sheet. So I'm calling them done, calling it good.
Oh, those look good, Ruth.
Looking good. Miss Sharon says, "Oh my God, I need about 4 cookies right now." Yeah, something else like about that canned milk. You know, in countries in South America, like I think Brazil and places like that, that's the milk that they drink. That's the milk that the kids eat their cereal with. There's a lot of countries that is their milk. So it tastes different. It's I guess you'd say sweeter, maybe. I don't know, but you can always add a little bit of water to it and bring it back to life a little bit. One thing that it's really good for is making like macaroni and cheese, any kind of bacon. It's awesome for, and it makes really good chocolate milk.
Now, I have a question for you on milk.
Yeah.
Can you use evaporated milk to make it?
It's already been evaporated. That's what the canning process is. Like when you're canning milk, you're basically making evaporated milk or condensed milk.
Okay.
Like I just take whole milk right from the store, pour it right out of the jug, do the process. And there's like about 15 different processes on the way you do it. I think the way I did it last time is I put it in the jars, put it in the canner, put it to the heat, brought it up to 10 psi. Once it got to 10 psi, I turned the heat off, let it come back down to temperature, and pulled it out. Done and over with.
Okay.
Add some more. I've got my chicken bone broth boiling away to can Monday. Sweet. But there's several different channels that it shows different ways to do the milk. One of my favorite channels when it comes to canning is Guildbrook Farms. Guildbrook, Guildbrook Farms. She does some seriously detailed, amazing canning videos. Be right back. Gotta check my broth.
All right. I'll keep bottling up my mushrooms here.
Okay. I'm back. Oh. Okay. Can somebody find Gilbrook Farms and post their link in chat for me?
It's
Guildbrook
Farms. Guildbrook Farms. Some of the best canning videos you will ever watch.
JR, since essentially I missed dinner, I just had a quesadilla. So just a homemade cheese quesadilla on a carb smart tortilla.
On a side note, for dinner for me, I actually sampled what Sophia just made.
What was left in the pot?
What
Yeah.
was left in the pot. Oh, it is so good. The way she did it, it's not spicy, but it's really creamy.
Thank you, Roots. Thank you, Monique.
And there's another channel out there, guys. Monique Roots, if you would do me a favor, it's called Sawyer Ridge Farms. SAWYER Ridge Farms. He's a Marine vet. Him and his wife got a homestead going on. I learned a lot. He's the guy that taught me how to build my rabbit cages. They have a really good channel. Plus, he's hilarious. He talks kind of funny. He's redneck as redneck gets, and it's listening to him talk is probably the funnest part of watching the videos. But they got some real good videos.
Sounds right up my alley.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh, yeah. Sawyer Ridge Farms is good. We got Gilbrook. Good Simple Living. They do some really good stuff. Good Simple Living. They do some really good stuff. There's a lot of really good channels out there.
Thank you, Roots. Thank you, Monique.
Definitely.
That way I can go back and sub.
I'm receptive to Sawyer, so check those out.
So does anyone have anything exciting going on? Are they planning anything as far as garden or prepping or more canning?
A lot.
Sister Marie, I know you're always canning.
Actually, I'm doing an experiment. I've got my tomato plants that are growing right now. I have the ones that are outside right now going are all Cherokee purples. There's seeds that I saved from my Cherokee purple that I grew last year.
Right.
And I'm going to pull a sucker off and root it now. And I'm going to see how long I can keep pulling suckers and growing until they stop working. I've heard it was like 3 generations and they quit producing.
Okay.
We'll try to see, because if you pull a sucker and root it, it's technically a mature plant because it's already went through the flowering stage. So as soon as you root a sucker, it's already mature. But somebody said that you can sucker them like 3 times and then they stop producing. I just want to see if that's true or not.
You will have to let us know.
I will.
Oh,
look, S. Moore, I don't care if you're a tomato lover or not, the first time you eat a Cherokee purple, that changes your life when it comes to tomatoes. You never want another tomato. Cherokee purples are the best tasting tomatoes on the planet. If you disagree with me, then you're wrong. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, you are mistaken. It is the best tomato there is. Want to say, you've never had a Cherokee purple? What? It's the ugliest tomato on the planet. Like if you get a good one and you cut it open, it's purple and black on the inside. It looks like it's rotten. It's the most delicious thing you will ever eat.
Oh, all right, ugly is delicious.
Right?
It's ugly and they're all deformed and they're all knotted up. I mean, they look like alien something. It's the best tasting tomato you will ever eat. You'll never want another one. I mean, they're delicious. And then I've got some seedlings right now of my Big Zack. Last year I did a 2-pound. I grew 1 tomato last year. It was 2 pounds. I'm going to do a Big Zack in a Cherokee purple, because Big Zack is that's the world record holder. That's a 5-pound tomato. It was massive. It's like the size of a cantaloupe. But I want to take a Cherokee purple and a Big Zack, and I want to cross-pollinate them and see what happens.
Do tell. I'd like to see it too.
Oh yeah, Cherokee purple.
Do any potatoes this year?
Do what? Yeah. Oh, you weren't here earlier when I started. Like my potatoes that I planted, something's eating my potatoes. Something's getting into my and digging them up.
Right. Huh.
I'm like, what the hell? Squirrel, I don't know what, but yeah, something keeps digging them up. So yeah, my tomatoes aren't doing very well. I mean, my potatoes aren't doing very well, but I got enough time. I can put another batch in the dirt this month and get them out before it gets cold.
Right.
Spotted fawn, let me tell you something. Cherokees are awesome. Oh, obviously, you're growing them, so you've had them before. Everything I planted this year was seeds that I saved from last year.
Nice.
I think there's a deer over there.
I heard something.
Yep. There's something moving.
So Sister Marie is filling her
Out
mushrooms.
of the road. Oh,
Yeah, I'm taking the mushrooms and putting them in the jars and then throwing them in the canner.
Word.
Miss Sharon, I've never canned them, but yeah, they should can just as well as any other tomato.
if I grew a 2-pound or a 5-pound tomato, my daughter would. She would take it.
You
I would
should,
catch
you
her.
should, you should Google Big Zac, Bigzac, Big Zac
Okay.
tomato. They're insane. Like it'll blow your mind. They're the size of a grapefruit.
I'm gonna Google
I mean,
it right
they're the
now.
size of a cantaloupe. They're massive.
I'd catch my daughter in the dining room, blissed out, just mowing it down.
Tomato heaven.
Yeah, she is the tomato queen, this girl.
Well, Cherokee purples are the best tasting tomato on the planet, and Big Zacs are the biggest tomatoes. And here's the thing: last year was the first time I grew Big Zac, and it was the first time I ate one, and it was absolutely delicious. Like it was. The thing about the Big Zac, it was all meat. You know, some tomatoes you'll get them, and when you slice into them, it's all juice and jelly and seeds, and just like a little bit of meat. The Big Zac is a tomato on steroids. It's insane.
Oh my gosh, Chris Googled it right now. Holy cow.
You should go online and order you some seeds. They're expensive. I mean, they're like 3 times as much as any other tomato seeds. But
Well, you get
man,
3 times as much tomato.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
huge. It's huge. Like one slice, it's insane. Like I saw a video of a guy, he did one slice and put it on a hamburger, and like it hung over the sides and touched the plate. Like you couldn't see the bottom half of the
Wow.
hamburger.
Hold on, turn it around. There it is.
They're massive.
Can they see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I saw that. How can one plant hold a 5-pound tomato? Bro, the plant itself is pretty beefy. I mean, like even the stems that hold the tomato, they ain't no joke.
Roots is on it. I
But
cannot
the
thank
one
you
I did
enough.
last year, it was right at 2 pounds, and it was delicious.
I gotta go do a tribute to Roots, as a matter of fact, for you
Yep.
too.
If it wasn't for Roots, I would not have found that nifty little machine right there, y'all. And let me tell you, it's the best.
What in the world?
She's rolling cigarettes.
The electric one?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got mine off of Amazon for what, $60?
Something like that.
And I tell you what,
You're right. Monique's right. The way everything's lined up perfectly, it's got set on Roots' body.
it is. It's perfect.
Like if you go to Google right now and type in Big Zac tomato, the first thing that pops up says Big Zac hybrid tomato, and it's got a picture of a Big Zac on a scale, and it is over 5 pounds. It's about 5 1/4. It's 5 1/3 pounds.
That picture I showed y'all, that was a 6-pounder.
Yeah, they're massive.
Oh my gosh, it smells so good
And
here.
you can buy them from this Big Zac hybrid. 15 seeds are $3.65. Or you can get 100 seeds for $17.50. And they're massive.
Well, see, the thing is in my area, I have never been able to get tomatoes or peppers to get going. I don't think I get enough sun, like enough stretch of sun,
Yeah, tomatoes need full sun.
right?
But like my tomatoes in my backyard, they get full sun from morning till about 3 or 4 in the afternoon. They're still doing well. They produce about 80% of what they should,
Right.
because they're not getting full sun, but they still produce.
Now, see, I did a bunch of potatoes. I did 7 bags of potatoes, and I taught Zach how to grow potatoes. He's got 3 or 4 bags rolling, and I think I got so far about 3 pounds out of each bag, maybe 2 pounds out of each bag. It's not a ton, but it goes to show you if you're going to try and get 100 potatoes in a year, you need, or 100 pounds, my bad, 100 pounds. You're going to need at least a row of 50. You know what I'm saying? Like experiment wise is what I was kind of learning on that. And I'm really proud of Zach to have doing that little skill and trying something new. It'll be cool.
I want to do the whole cycle where I plant 4 tubs, because it takes 4 months for them to produce. But for the big, I want to cut 55-gallon drums in half and plant a massive, amount of potatoes in each one. And then every month, if you start with 4, every month, flip one and then plant one. Flip one and plant one every month, and you get like a cycle going. Spotted fawn, they're not heirloom, they're hybrid. Those are hybrid seeds. The Big Zacks are hybrid.
Interesting with the drums. I've seen people use laundry baskets too, and that's pretty cool. You can get them real tall and going, or horse troughs, old troughs.
Right. Well, I think the next batch that I do, I'm gonna go 50-50 rabbit manure and peat moss, potting soil, and the dirt, my local dirt, and go from there. But I'm gonna just cut the 55-gallon drums in half, so we're talking 25 plus gallons, each one, which I should be able to put in a 55-gallon drum. I should be able to put at least 10 seed potatoes in there. In between prepping, yeah, it's me. I see ya. What's up, Nick?
What's up, Nikki? Girl, yes, come say hi.
Yes. How you doing, Nikki? What book is that?
But you figure if you like the climate where I live, I can grow, with the global warming thing we got going on, I can grow 10 months out of the year. I mean, January, February, but like March, for the next 10 months, pretty good. So if I can get an assembly line of potatoes going where every month I'm turning the jug over and I'm replanting and just, and have 4 going at the same time, that's enough potatoes that should be able to rock and roll.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to start another rotation. I just dumped most of my bags, and it's July. So if I can get through October, which I think I can, this area, so far, we have not broken 80 degrees but once. I've been about 68 every single day for months. So I think I might be able to do it, honestly, another round.
Yeah, you should be able to. I mean, worst case scenario, just, if it starts getting cold or chilly, just, throw a garbage bag over them.
And I could save even the small guys, I could save to chip, right? Like if I only got certain size potatoes, worst case scenario, I plant them next year.
Yeah, well, all the ones I planted this year are the ones that I grew last year,
Right.
but something keeps digging them up. Weird, because I didn't have that problem last year. This year, something just gets in there and digs up my damn potatoes, which is just strange. And the only thing different about what's in there this year versus last year, this year I have rabbit manure in there. So I'm kind of curious if maybe something is drawn to the rabbit manure because there's so much protein still in the manure.
Yeah, interesting.
I don't know if like, something's in there just going after the manure.
Right.
That's the only thing that's different is I added manure to the dirt mix.
Well, have you had any different sun or because last year this time I was 118 degrees. This year we haven't broke 80. And so there's been a big difference. Like I do not have any dandelions. I don't have any pollinators. I have no fruit on my apple and cherry trees. Something ate all of my starts for cucumber, zucchini, squash, beans, all of it. Like it has been way different than last year.
My weather here is pretty much about the same as it was last year. It's been a little bit wetter. I mean, we've had a lot more storms, but heat wise and sun wise, it's been pretty consistent. The only thing different was I added rabbit manure, and I don't know I don't know what it is, but something.
So does anyone in chat know what is attracted to rabbit manure? Like what thinks that is the steak of the nature restaurant,
It's just weird because every morning I'll go out there and I can see holes dug into it.
Right?
It's weird.
Could it be other rabbits?
I thought about that, but no, I don't think so because because I've got a huge pile of rabbit manure in the backyard. So if that's all they wanted, they would be messing with that pile. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm not really sure what it is. It's just really weird.
So it's not the shit per se. It's something.
Maybe I just got like a raccoon that likes potatoes. I don't know. Mice and voles. Ohio Prepper says mice and voles. Okay. See, I've never seen a raccoon or a possum in my yard because my neighbor out on the back of my property has hunting dogs. He raises hunting dogs. So I've never seen a raccoon or a possum in anywhere in the woods behind me or nothing. Those hunting dogs keep the woods pretty clear back there.
I usually see raccoon, deer, squirrels, all of those, and none this year. And even birds. And it's been, and I don't have a
like
theory.
I've got plenty of squirrels. I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe it's the squirrels because I've got one bucket, a 5-gallon bucket out there full of dirt that I didn't plant. It was left over from one of my tomatoes last year, and there's an oak tree growing in it, and and I'm like, how in the hell did an oak tree? How did an acorn get in this bucket? Because I don't have any oak trees anywhere near where the bucket is.
Right.
So I'm thinking maybe a squirrel put it in there. So maybe they're digging in the potatoes, hiding stuff.
Right. I think it's squirrels that were getting to my stuff. Either squirrels or I do find rabbits now and again, but not until a little later. It's usually squirrels and birds.
Rats eat rabbit poop.
Ooh, rats.
I think I'm going to go ahead this year and try to build me an enclosure for the garden, or maybe even a greenhouse.
Also, deer.
Yeah, I don't have a deer issue back here. Not with those hunting dogs.
I have families of deer that march around. Some of the footprints look like it could be deer. Family of deer. They come and pull up every little thing. They eat the rose hips. They nibble on the apples that are coming in that are hanging low. I think they pull on any of the stuff. They stomp on it, whatever's growing in the bed.
Go check on my broth.
Word.
All right, so I got all the mushrooms, which was 6 pounds, in half-pint jars in the canner. And I'm just waiting for it to come up to temp, to where it's got that funnel of steam.
Now, how long, Sister Marie, how long do mushrooms take to process?
Sorry about that.
You're fine.
After it comes up to your funnel of steam and you put
Right.
your weight or your jiggler on, it takes 45 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, y'all. I was sneezing like crazy.
Pardon?
I was sneezing. That's why I shut off my cam and everything.
Yeah, well, with me, I work in a very dusty environment. So it's all
Yep.
having fun with me because the air's directly hitting me right now.
Oh my gosh.
Sister Marie, you said 6 pounds of mushrooms. Was that, so how many quarts did that fill? Or pints?
3 minutes left.
I think there's like 13 or 14 half pints in there.
Okay.
Sorry.
So just under a pound of mushrooms per pint, basically.
Yeah. But I cooked them down a little bit
Right.
because that's what my book says. Cook them for about 5 minutes. So. Yeah, with mushrooms being what they are, which is a spore, I don't take any chances. I play it by the book.
So the processing is what amount of time?
Pardon?
What's the processing time for the mushrooms?
45 minutes.
45? Okay.
Yeah.
Have you done them before? So how do they come out at the end if you've done them before?
Let me go get a jar.
Sweet.
How long does the timer say, Chris?
65 minutes, darling.
65 minutes, y'all.
I'll have to bring down the box.
I have a date in about 45 minutes. So
A hot date?
yeah, a hot date with three fucking smouse.
Hell yes, that is an extremely hot date then.
Right? Human vibrator, here I come.
I love it. I'm ready.
Okay.
Or 3. No.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Let's show you.
Let me see.
These are the size of button mushrooms. So I just left them whole.
Those are beautiful. Holy crap. And so those are just in water, a little salt?
Yeah. No salt. No absorbic acid in them either. These are
Oh,
the sliced ones. I just sliced them up like I just did.
Beautiful.
yeah, they are.
Then that pot only has mushroom stock in it. There's your mushroom stock.
So what's in here?
Okay, so when those now what do you like to do with that? Do you like to drain the stock and use it as a base for part of a soup? Can you get a saute on those mushrooms and make a dish? Do you make some quiche, the best pie ever? Like, what's your favorite recipes with that?
Right out of the jar.
Right? Okay, rock on.
It depends on what I'm doing, what type of meal. Usually if I have some sort of beef, I'll put the mushrooms with it. Or if I'm doing like sauteed vegetables over rice, I'll add the mushrooms and I'll use the stock
Yes.
to cook the rice.
Right? That's a good idea. Get that
Because
flavor.
I mean, basically, your stock that's in with your mushrooms is just flavored water. So why not add flavor?
Well, it's also mushroom tea. There's a lot of nutrients in that.
True.
Adding something to that rice, or
Yeah.
gives it a dimension, flavor profile. You throw in a little cream and Parmesan, you have a nice risotto.
Ooh. Might be something I have to make.
Oh,
Yeah.
risotto.
Yes, girl.
Oh, I love risotto. Monique gave me a recipe for cauliflower risotto since I'm keto. So this week I'm going to try that.
Right?
What?
Who made the risotto?
Yeah.
It's fucking raw.
No, that's the fish usually that he smashes.
What's that called?
Your dad.
What is that?
Maybe run these back to the pantry.
Oh.
Something I like with mushrooms like that is either a filling for ravioli, like when it's kind of cooked down like that, you just blend it down maybe with some roasted red pepper and some garlic and fill some fresh pasta with it. Or you can even cheat and use wonton wrappers for fresh pasta to make ravioli.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Girl, try it. You can boil it, deep fry it, whatever you want, whatever your heart desires. Or like to spread it out and make it a spread as a pizza sauce, with a little ricotta or olive oil or another cheese, and just make it a spread as the base of a really good hors d'oeuvre. You know what I mean? On puff pastry or whatever, throw a piece of either a veggie that people like or a little sliver of steak or something like that. Like, it will fly off the shelf.
That sounds so good. Hi, Grumpy Acres. Welcome, welcome. I love taking, like, when we make risotto or whatever and there's leftover, which I mean isn't often, but like when the whole family's together and a big thing of risotto is made, like the next day there's like, I don't know, maybe a cup or two of it left. and you take it cold and you roll it into balls, and then you can run it through whatever kind of breading you like and deep fry it. Oh my gosh. Oh,
That's so good. Yes,
Oh.
I've done that. It is delicious.
it is.
Mm-hmm.
I just turned the heat off. I got about
Nice.
40 minutes, and I'll be pulling out my fifth round, my 18 hours worth of work.
Mm.
You are a rock star, Ghost.
It's been a long day.
Oh boy, Grumpy Acres. His wife did fresh off the tree peaches and about 20 pounds of seafood this week.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Wow. Somebody outdid me.
Oh, did I tell y'all I did a huge batch of chow chow? Did 30, I think I had 35 pints.
Wow.
Yeah, of hot. I mean hot chow chow. I mean, those 35 pints, it was like 3 heads of cabbage, onions, peppers. I think in that chow chow, I think I did 40, maybe 50 habaneros.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh,
Ugh.
JR.
So good.
JR wants to know what all is chow chow.
Chow chow was invented way back in the day, I think pre-depression era, and it was called junk salad. Yeah, junk salad or garden salad. What it was is at the end of the season, they would take everything that was left over in the garden, chop it up, and basically not necessarily pickling it, but it's done with the vinegar and water bath can. But it's in my chow chow, I do cabbage, onion, variety of peppers, any kind of peppers you want to do, green tomatoes. You can put carrots in there. You can put celery in there. You can put pretty much whatever you want to put in there. And you run it through a food processor and you chop it up real fine. Put it in a big ass pot with a whole bunch of vinegar, quite a bit of sugar, brown and white. You've got celery seed, several different things you can put in there. There's like a million different recipes. You can literally experiment and do it your own way. But yeah, it's a topping for like hot dogs and hamburgers. My family, we use it on rice and beans. Top it. It's delicious, and we like it hot. It's literally the only seasoning you need as a prepper. If you just have a whole bunch of chow chow put up, you don't need salt, you don't need pepper, you don't need any of that stuff. Put a little bit of chow chow on it and you're good. I think up north they call it chutney, some weird thing like that.
Yep. Okay.
If you Google Southern chow chow, CHOW, you'll find some crazy recipes, and it is so good.
I want to let you guys know that JR has blackmail material. He went ahead and screenshotted your head on Roots' body. And JR, if I could show it, I would, but I'm on my phone and I can't figure it out.
My head on Roots or what?
Yeah.
It's been the funniest shit.
When Roots was rolling smokes and all you could see was her from like the shoulders down and then your head.
And it was perfect because you were looking down too, so it looks like you were rolling the cigarettes.
Oh.
I gotta see that.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I'll go get a jar of chow chow, show you what it looks like.
Careful, I don't want to spill that coffee all down my leg.
Oh, I see it. That's fun. I don't know how to make it come on here though. Those cookies are delicious, by the way.
Oh, Roots.
Yes.
Hold on, let me full screen you, Ghost.
Oh, cute bird.
Oh, that looks just delightful. Mm.
Got red bell pepper, green bell pepper, onion, cabbage, everything. I mean, whatever you want to put in there, you can put in there. And a whole lot of peppers.
So
stuff.
is it any different than kimchi at the end of the day?
I don't know what that is.
Like fermented really spicy cabbage.
I guess maybe. I don't know. I've never had it.
Would that be more like almost like what, a sauerkraut though? Then wouldn't it be?
I don't know, because there's a heck of a lot of spicy peppers in there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This will light your ass on. This will light you on fire.
Yeah, that's what kimchi does.
This is. Oof.
Look.
I like kimchi, but I also like sauerkraut.
I love kimchi.
I love kimchi, sauerkraut, any of those fermented, pickled, very spicy. Yeah. All right, JR, let's see. I don't know. The light might reflect it.
I'm waiting for my ghost pepper plant to give me some ghost peppers.
Yeah.
That's the best. Hold on. I'm going to full screen it for just a second. There we go. And he's rolling his eyes. It looks like. Oh, that's fabulous. Oh my goodness.
I'll send it to you, Ghost. It is funny.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. Is the garage closed?
So rude.
Okay. I'm just making sure because all the peeps are in there.
Yeah, all the beep, 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 beeps.
It is pretty good, JR.
Now, Eric, that is unacceptable.
Yeah,
absolutely
no.
not.
No way.
Yeah, spotted fawn. It is. It's got a relish texture to it.
Yep.
We love you too, JR.
And the cool part, spotted fawn, is anything that you use relish on, you could substitute chow chow for it and kick it up a notch. I mean, you can make sweet chow chow. I mean, I've made it sweet before where it's not hot at all, but you know, we like it with a little bit of spice to it.
I love spice.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's good for you. It helps clean out the nasal passages and
it cleans out all the passages.
Exactly.
Your butthole. Capsaicin is the main ingredient in like those peppers, and it's a very strong anti-inflammatory for entertainment purposes only. Capsaicin is what you find in like heat rubs, or if you've been gay or anything like that.
Damn Roots. Icy
hot. It's capsaicin.
So funny. And people don't understand where the capsaicin comes from. They think that the seeds are hot. No, it's where the seeds touch the meat. If you look at it, you'll see the veins running through it. That's your capsaicin.
The membrane.
It's not the seeds.
Yep. You can make your own.
Oh yeah.
Hot peppers, you know, and peppers are cheap. Habaneros, other peppers, they might be like $5 a pound at the store. But do you know how many habaneros are in a pound of habaneros? It's a huge bag of habaneros, you know?
I think I did habanero, sriracha. Is that what? I did like 3 different kinds of hot peppers. Cayenne, habanero, and another one. I can't remember what it was in this batch.
Welcome,
what really makes it work is it's super hot, but there's a lot of sugar in there.
Oh.
You've got the sugar, you've got the heat, and you've got the vinegar working together, and then you get the crunch. It's bad. It's badass. It's like really good.
What's up, HA?
AJ, what's going on, my brother? Hadn't seen you in a while. Of course, ain't nobody seen me in a while, but hey.
@gmail.com.
Yeah,
Put it
so
in chat, and then once he sees it, then delete it, baby.
it's going to be exactly 18 hours when I'm done. It's 11 o'clock now. Got 30 minutes left on the cool down. By the time I get everything out and get it situated on the counter, it'll be 18-hour day
Damn.
on non-stop canning. The burner has never been off on the stove.
Yeah, but how many meals can you use that for? Like that investment
God.
will get you far,
I mean, yeah, a lot.
right?
A lot. And I made $150.
Right.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
No, I feel you. It's true though. You put in a whole day of canning and you come out with a week of meals, if not more. And it's a big investment at the start, but man,
Oh, yeah.
is it amazing just to have it knocked off and done. It's mental checklist
Well, you
type of thing.
figure 30 quarts of bone broth, which translates into 60, maybe 80 servings using bone broth when you mix it with water. But
Mhm.
say it's just the 30 servings of bone broth. I mean, that's I've got several months worth of food on the counter in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, because here's the thing: even if you ain't got nothing but bone broth, that's nutritious. It will keep you alive just drinking the bone broth.
Yes. The protein, the collagen, all of that is so, so good for you.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's like a serious haul. I mean, that's months worth of food in there.
I don't know what that racket in the woods is, but it's driving me insane.
Well, obviously, the one is the cicadas, and then I'm telling you, those are frogs back there. I'm telling you.
Welcome to the East Coast.
Yeah.
You got all these little baby toads, all these like literally baby toads. They're like as big as my thumbnail in the strawberry patch, hanging out in the cool soil, and then in the woods, like those have to be frogs because they're not toads. Because I hear the toads over there. It's crazy, you guys.
Hmm.
Hoot Owl says, yep, frogs.
Man, I told you they're
Like-
frogs.
I never realized frogs made such a racket, though, y'all. Truly.
Oh yeah, tree frogs are loud as shit.
It's like
They
they own
really-
the place.
Yes.
All right, guys, I'm jumping to the box and I'm going to do some dinner stuff before the next round, but I'll be here listening.
Thank you,
Okey-doke.
Roots, for coming.
Absolutin', and I can't wait to see your cans, all of you.
Give Zach my love.
I will.
All right.
See you soon.
All right. Oh, I didn't know that, Ohio. Look at Ohio over there with the knowledge. Washing your hair in bone broth stimulates hair growth.
Really?
It's funny you say that, Ohio. When I took a shower earlier, like, I don't know if I'm just shedding hair or what, but there was so much hair at the drain. Oh my gosh. I'm like, am I going bald? Okay. Let's go back in where there's some light, you guys. It smells so, so delectable in here, though. It's one thing I do love about canning. Like, don't get me wrong, when you cook a meal and everything, like, obviously the smells and stuff permeate through the house. But, like, when you can, like, that's there until, like, the next morning.
Oh yeah.
Miss Sharon, I'm thinking that's what is with me because after we got back from Missouri, that's what we had.
Yep.
And I remember the very first time I ever got it, handfuls of my hair coming out. Oh, is Ghost gonna show us
Oh,
his
no.
gun?
Not yet.
Auslander, hey.
Hey. Greetings from down under.
Greetings from Pennsylvania.
On a side note, when we came back from Pennsylvania, or came back from Missouri, sorry, I came back from Pennsylvania, and we were obviously sick. It was so nice that she had chicken noodle soup basically canned up and ready to go.
Well, the base.
Well, the base, obviously. So all we had to do is just throw some noodles in that,
Oh, and
in
I
2 jars. It was so easy. Her not having to stand there and make it, and definitely not buy that store stuff.
and I get these dried Amish noodles. They're wide egg noodles, but they're literally like, I don't know. Where's my camera? I want to say they're about like that thick, you guys. Oh my gosh, they are the best noodles, the best pasta I've ever had. Speaking of which, that needs to be vacuum sealed. So
They're
I get
awesome.
this at we have a little bakery like as soon as you get out of the country and you're going into town. And these suckers. I mean, those are chunky boys, and I tell you what. Oh, I miss pasta.
It's on my
It is.
to-do list to make noodles from scratch,
Yeah.
among other things.
Making noodles from scratch is fun. And especially if you've got a dehydrator or like a pasta drying rack, which is a bit old school. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of serious about my dehydrating stuff.
I cannot wait for harvest time with the garden. I'm gonna have the canner go. I'm gonna have both canners going. I'm gonna have the dehydrator go. Like, it's gonna be wild.
And you got my number, so if you want a canning party, if
Yeah.
I'm not working, I'm up for it,
No, for sure.
as always.
Tiger, what are you doing? I still got 40 minutes, y'all. And I was trying so hard to be prepared again. Next week, I'm just not going to be prepared at all, and we're just going to go with it because every time I try to be prepared so that I'm not dragging it out, this happened. Ghost Auslander says, I think Ghost took the prepare to mask up warning from New York a little too far. He shaved his head too. Oh, Tiger, I miss you.
Yes.
Do you work next Friday, Tiger? Oh, I'm frozen. Why am I frozen? What's happening? Okay, there we go. I'm unfrozen. We're good. Tiger says that she canned 18 pints of chicken pot pie filling and 10 pints of sloppy joe filling last night. Wow. Hey, Ghetto. How you doing?
Hey, Ghetto.
She lives in Syracuse and have not mashed up yet. Okay, thank you, Oz. How's life? How's life over on the west side, ghetto? Canning porcupine. Hi, Anti.
What's up, Anti?
Y'all miss these amazing cookies Roots made when she was up here with can of butter. And I mean, these were some thick, big boys. Oh my goodness.
They were man-sized cookies.
Yes.
And a man-sized measurement, not, you know.
Get out of here, Chris. And y'all, Ghost has been canning for like 18 hours today. Oh, ghetto. One of these nights we're all going to have to get together and do some canning, ghetto. I miss y'all. Oh, Gma Merkel, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, hon.
Happy birthday, Merkel.
Right, Oz? Hold on, my chat. There we go. Okay, let's see where we're at in here, yo. You're gonna have to bring down the fan to pull down the counter faster.
Oh, of course, of course.
I still got 36 minutes.
We've learned that little trick. That's the quick way to
Yes.
cool down that can, or point a box fan at it. Man, that drops that time real fast.
Hey, sweetheart. Baby, are you going upstairs?
No.
Go to.
Can you grab my phone charger?
Oh.
I know. I'm like, wait, I hear you. I hear Ghost. You guys, I'm like, what? Where do I go first?
Oh, wait. And he's wearing blue jeans. I'm wearing a black shirt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Coordinating. Didn't even know it.
Settle down, Chris. Oh.
I'm just 10 minutes of my life.
I am so glad, Gma Merkel.
21st birthday. Another year of experience. Yeah, I just had a birthday last month myself. So did Buddy.
Oh, happy belated birthday, Ghost.
Buddy's 6. I made it to the big 5'3".
You don't look a day over 35, Ghost.
Whatever.
I'm
You're
dead
a young
serious.
thing.
He is. He knows it too. Look at him. Look at him. He knows it. He's like, yeah, I know. Come on, tell me.
What? Take it easy, Tiger.
Let's see. Oz says that they learned a lesson about plastic buckets today. Apparently, if there is a number 2 on the bottom of the bucket in a triangle, it is good enough for those street bucket drummers. Toughest buckets out there.
Every bucket that they sell at Home Depot and Lowe's, and I do believe Walmart as well, they're all food grade.
Well, funny thing is I was talking with Random JL. We actually talked about it today and yesterday. She told me when she went into Walmart to get some food grade buckets, the food grade buckets at Walmart were over $11.
They're still less than $5 here. They're like $4.50 or something. Now, last year this time they were $3.
I couldn't believe it when she told me that. I was like, oh my goodness.
Everything's going up. What's up, Ghetto? Ghetto, I canned 5 loads today. I canned for 18 hours. Chicken and chicken bone broth, and I made $150 doing it. That's a hustle right there.
Oh, Ghetto, wish the missus a happy birthday if I don't see her in chat or
Yes.
anything before then.
Happy birthday, Miss Ghetto.
Okay, it's time to get jams. It's bedtime. Hey, Lucky Dame.
Hey, Lucky.
It was June. Who? First week of June. That's a good deal, Auslander. Here they're 5-gallon buckets at Walmart are $5 now, and they want to charge you like $1.50 for the lid. They don't sell them together. Same way they do it Home Depot and Lowe's.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Pretty soon, when you go to McDonald's or Burger King or somewhere, you're gonna have to buy like the meat and then the bread. You know, extra for the lettuce,
Right?
extra for them to cook it.
If we can even find it.
Yeah, ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Like the last time I went to Costco, they had absolutely no ground beef except for the grass-fed organic and like the plastic, the little individual like 1.3 pound packages. They had no of the big bulk ground beef. The last time I went to Aldi, they had, what were they out of at Aldi? They only had like 2 packages of chicken.
Yeah, meat everywhere seems to be like hit and miss. I mean, look at the last time we went to Costco, they changed how they do their ground beef.
What are you talking about?
And then they had like one.
They didn't have the big package. No, they
it
had
was
like a
chub.
get out of here.
That's what they call it. It's called a chub.
Yeah, exactly.
We started the stream off with your crooked cucumber or squash, and we're going to end it
Zucchini. Zucchini.
Your crooked zucchini, and now we're talking about your chub.
That's him.
Yeah, we're talking about my chub. Let's get it right.
Get out of here. Anyways, how many more minutes do I have left on that canner? 30? Yeah, I think
Let me get my binoculars. Hold on.
the binoculars are upstairs. Dang it. Chief Merkel. It's called a chub. Monique, who's got a chub? What? See,
Give me
we've
a
got
minute.
quite a bit of meat here in Syracuse. Anti-chub. Dang it. Ohio wants me to show the garden trellises. Dang it, Ghetto. Ghetto's got a pie chub.
I'm not even sure what that is, but oh, it's peanut butter. Yeah.
He's got a stiffy over his pie, okay?
Hey, got to do what you got to do.
Tiger, the elderberry is doing wonderful. I've got a bunch of new growth on it. It is happy. Liza, I'd show my trellises, but I have them out on the back porch, and it's really dark, and I don't think Chris wants to go get them and bring them in.
Stub chub.
A stub
Stub
chub.
chub.
Dang it, Anti.
No, that's called the DA.
Oh, goodness.
I remember.
Yeah. How can you forget? I sure as the hell can't forget.
Ohio, I will show the trellises when I do the garden video. I promise. Because these beautiful trellises that I got for the cucumbers, it was Ohio that told me where she got hers. And I mean, her cucumbers trellis, right? I mean, it looks spectacular. Oh, Oz scored 7 pineapples, one with 2 tops on 1 fruit for $10.
Nice.
Nice.
Was it as spectacular as that crooked zucchini with the ridges on it?
You know what? You know what? I'm gonna have to go get that for you just so you could really, really scope it out, Ghost.
Like you don't already have it, somewhere special. All right,
It's in
we're
the
going.
fridge.
She's
It's
going to
in
the
the
bedroom. She's going to the
It's
bedroom.
in the fridge.
Reaching under the mattress.
No, see, look, I'm pulling it right out of the fridge.
Oh, you
There
like
it
it
is.
cold? I hear
Careful
you.
how you hold it.
Hold on, wait, there we go.
That's a G-spot getter.
It's got a mean curve.
That's
That
a
was for you.
G-spot.
Monique King. This is for you, babe. Look at that. Wait, hold on. Look at that curve.
That's a brand new type of squash. That's called a G squash.
A G squash. I can't. Oh, you brought one in. Okay, so I got 2 of these, you guys. Hold on. I'm gonna full screen myself.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. 3-way.
So those trellises,
Oh, wow.
as you can see, I stand next to it, and I mean, I know Jen, I know I'm short. But I got 2 of them, and they are for the cucumbers to like Ohio's cucumbers. She has those exact trellises, and it is awesome the way it looks. And it keeps them up off the ground, so we're able to mow. And from my dog from going pee on them.
Your dog pees on your cucumbers.
Huh?
Your dog pees on your cucumbers.
If I leave them, like, because they're coming out of the garden box and going out into the yard, like, if I leave them, he will. He will. I'm doing sweet potatoes in grow bags for the first time. 3 days after getting the sweet potatoes into the grow bags, he trots outside, whizzes all over the grow bag. I'm over there with the hoe, like, yeah.
A little bit of ammonia is not bad.
And then yesterday he got into the middle garden box, and I had broccoli sprouts that were, I don't know, I want to say 4 or 5 inches. He tore that out, dug a big hole, and buried his bison bone in there. He's such a bad boy. So yeah. Yes, Ohio. Those trellises. Oh, sorry, the chat's moving. The trellises are $13.60 right now, and they have those white ones, and then they have the black ones. They're a different style, and I don't know if it's like small, medium, large, and it's sold as a set or not. But yeah, Hobby Lobby is where we got them. Oh, good idea. Yeah. Concrete trellises so the coastal storms can't blow them down. Monique, from the picture he posted, I think on his community page, all those cucumbers were perfectly straight. You do not have pajamas on. Hit it. I mean it.
Where'd everybody go? Somebody's in trouble.
Sorry, you guys. My daughter doesn't want to get ready for bed, and it's way late. You've stayed up enough. Pajamas now.
Don't.
Yep, it's bedtime. G-Mom Merkel it is. She swears like it's so early. I mean, over on the West Coast it is, but it's 11:23 here, so.
So how's it feel to be out of California?
It feels fabulous, Ghost. Like, we literally live, like, out in the sticks. Like, we live... It's hard, like, every time we go out, or anytime I go out, or anything, it's just, like, I cannot believe that I live here. Like, it's so beautiful, and, like, even the people out here, like, they're nice. Like, you see people on the country road going into town, and, like, if they see you, they're waving at you, and I'm just like, never got any of that in California. You know, you were lucky if the checker at the store asked you, you know, or said hi, or asked you how your day was, and, like, here it's like normal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I
It's
remember
like-
when I moved to San Francisco on the East Coast, I was like, what in the hell? It's like a whole different world.
Yeah, it is. Like, the first week he was at the distribution center out here, like, a coworker brought him what 25 raw root strawberry plants. It was
Wow.
like, here for your guy. And so, yeah, I've got a huge raised bed of just strawberries. And, like, you don't get that kind of, I don't know, courtesy or hospitality or any of that in California.
On West Coast people are assholes. Well, not all of them. California is full of assholes.
No, it
Right.
is.
California is fucked up. Like, I want to give it back to Mexico.
Right? Give it back to someone, because it's not worth anything. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the only thing in California, California does have beauty. It does.
It's
I mean,
beautiful out there. Oh, absolutely.
but
But
other than
you've
that,
got like the governor of California putting ads in Florida begging people to move back to California. Have you seen those ads yet?
no.
Like Gavin Newsom's running ads. Gavin Newsom's running commercials in Florida
Oh
trying
my
to
God.
get people to move back to California. You haven't seen that?
Mm-mm.
It was all over YouTube. Yeah. Gavin Newsom's been running ads, commercials in Florida trying to get people to move back to California.
Sleep well. It doesn't surprise me, but, like, you get you get screwed when you move out of California, because, like, you literally get taxed at some point when you go to move out of the state. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I believe who was talking about it. Someone was talking about it, and I was like, oh yeah. But you literally, if you go to move out of the state, you get taxed. Like, they
Mhm.
tax you for leaving. And so for him asking for people to come back, like, dude, like, no, I'll never go back.
Like that's one thing I miss about living in Florida was how awesome Florida is. I mean, you know, when it comes there, no state tax, just the Fed. But now you've got the governor of Florida is now Florida, the governor of Florida. All right, number one, Florida enacted a state guard, not the National Guard. Florida has a state guard that only answers to the governor. That came to be, I think, 2 months ago. They have a state guard just for Florida. Very, very, very nice gun laws. Castle Doctrine is good to go. Now, starting this week, the Florida government is mailing checks to Florida residents to compensate for the price increases for food.
Yeah.
Not federal government, just Florida.
Wow.
Yeah.
They got their shit together then.
He's like, well, the federal government's not going to take care of us. I'll take care of us. Yeah. So, yeah. DeSantis he's a badass.
It's just a shame to see everything just, I mean, don't get me wrong. I know that these are things we prepare for, we think about, we discuss regularly, but it's just a shame to see it all just steadily nosediving.
Yeah. I mean, I'm over it. It's like, you know, and I've said it a million times on my channel. I don't fucking care, because we can talk about the problems, the things that are wrong with the government. We can talk about the war in Ukraine. We can talk about election, whatever. It doesn't matter, because we don't have a voice. Nothing you say or do is going to change anything. So why fucking stress over it? You have no power. We're a peasant in the fields. We're
That's
a peasant
exactly
in
it.
the fields. You know, we have no power. We have no voice. Now they do a sham election, you know, every couple of years to make you think you have a voice. Your vote counts. No, it doesn't.
Nope.
The machine moves numbers where they need to be moved to push the agenda. You know, so
that's right.
It's, you know, and you know, one of the reasons I kind of backed off on YouTube here for a while is because, you know, I remember 2-3 years ago, every channel on YouTube is dogging mainstream media. It's all bullshit and lies. Don't trust anything. But, you know, you got the war in Ukraine going on, all this other stuff. And now videos are popping up every day. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. And every single bit of the content they're putting out as breaking news comes directly from mainstream media.
Yeah.
So how ironic is that? Either shit or get off the pot. You know, so it's like, you're making money on every video that you put out there. You huge channels talking about how mainstream media is full of shit and it's all bullshit and lies. But now 100% of your content is mainstream media gossip.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how fake can you be?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I could be pumping out videos. I mean, 6 months, I've been just like, yeah, I'm done. I could be, you know, pumping out videos and making money, but that's just fake. And that ain't me. I ain't going to do it.
No.
You know, what am I doing? I'm putting food up.
Yes.
You know, so I'm not going to stress over some shit that I have no control over.
No, and that's the way I look at it. I look at it as the system, the machine, whatever you want to call it, is too strong. Like shit should have been handled, you know, years ago, decades ago, whatever the case. So yeah, I'm going to stay in my little lane, my little nook in the world, and live as free as I can.
Yeah, I don't need to watch your video talking about how, you know, Russia's moving missiles here and moving missiles there. So what?
Yeah.
What, you want me to go stop them? I mean, are you telling me, hey, you know, it's time to, I mean, I have no influence over any of that. Nobody at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue has called me for a conversation on how to run the country. Right. They do what they do. We have no say in it. No. Why worry about it? Why stress about it? Make sure you got food. Yep. Period. You got to eat, you got to drink, you got to take care of your family. The rest of that bullshit can kiss my ass. I'm done with it.
Amen.
I mean, now you're looking at the U.S. military. They can't even make quotas for recruiting. Now they changed it to where you don't even have to have a high school diploma to join now. They dropped that a month ago. No high school diploma is no longer required to join the military because they can't meet the recruiting quota because this woke bullshit. The real soldiers are like, fuck this, I'm out. I'm out. You know,
Yep.
now you got a bunch of, you know, liberal, he, she, this, that. And look, I'm a science teacher, all right, which means biology, which is the study of life. You know, you got the Roe versus Wade, and everybody's flipping out. Look, they didn't change anything. All they did was give the decision back to the states
To the
where it should have
states.
been in the first place.
Yes, thank you for crying out loud. Oh,
They didn't change anything. If your state allowed it to be legal, it's still legal. Is it
Yeah.
right? Is it wrong? People can do this whole, well, it's a personal. No, it's not. All right. Do you realize that it is illegal? You will go to fucking prison if you destroy a bald eagle's nest.
yeah.
If you break the eggs, you will go to prison if you break a bald eagle's egg.
Yeah.
But it's okay to go kill your baby.
Right. Oh, but hold on,
No,
Ghost,
but now,
because it's
don't
just
get
a
me
ball
wrong.
of cells, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, no.
here's the thing. I am 100% in favor of a woman's rights to control her body. Not
Right.
only do I think it's a right, I think it's a responsibility to have control of your body, which
Yeah.
includes your legs.
That's right.
Keep them closed.
No, and that's it. And if you're not going to keep them closed, there's ample ways to get birth control or the
Absolutely.
morning after pill. Okay. You can go right
Here's
to
the-
the pharmacy and get a morning after pill. And like, I realize that my opinion, you guys, isn't everyone's, but anybody in chat, please respect my opinion and respect my chat, because these, you know, if you don't want to hear it, I understand. But at the same time, like, you see so many people, Ghost, getting all up in arms over the Roe v. Wade and all of this. And it's like, okay, well, and then you got people out there on YouTube and other social media platforms saying this or that. And it's like, they're not giving the full details. They're not saying, oh, well, you
you're
know, it
looking
was,
at we're looking at trying to plug a hole in the dam after it's already flooded. Okay.
yeah,
What you're seeing now with these protests and stuff, 90%, well, I won't say 90, let's say 60% of those people that are raising hell are people that have already had an abortion. All right, which means now there's a guilt factor because you relied on the Supreme Court saying, "Oh, it's not a body, it's not a life, you're good to go," and then you had an abortion. So now, if you are forced to acknowledge that it was a life, now the guilt factor kicks in. You know what I'm saying?
there was a girl that I was really good friends with in my high school years, and between the ages of 16 and 18, she had at least 2 abortions, if not, I want to say if not 3 or 4. And like every 3 months when I'd go to, I hate to say it, but I would go to Planned Parenthood to get birth control, I would tell her, why don't you come with me? Why don't you come? And like, that's the thing. Yeah, my body, my choice. Yes, but shouldn't you be a responsible female, a responsible woman, or whatever you may be, and go ahead and get yourself squared away so that you don't have to make that decision, so you don't have to do that?
Well, the thing is, if you put it into a bigger perspective, it's your body, it's your choice. Well, here's the thing: if you get pregnant, it's your body, it's your choice. Half of the DNA, half of the chromosomes in that
Yes.
are mine.
Yeah.
All right. So where's my choice?
No, and that's the thing. They
Where's my
want to
choice?
remove.
Now, if
Yeah.
you choose to keep it, I'm monetarily responsible for that life.
Right.
And
But
you've got a generation of people, a
yes.
generation, and it sucks. But you've got actually probably 2 generations of women in different areas of the country that literally their game plan once they drop out of high school or get out of high school is to have 2, 3, maybe 4 babies by as many different fathers or baby daddies as
Yeah.
possible, because then you get max child support. It's a
Yeah.
living. It's become a way of life.
Essentially, it's become a culture.
It is. It is. I mean, I see it every day, and it's bullshit. I do believe a woman has a right to control her body, and
Of
it
course
starts
we
with
do.
your legs.
Yes.
Now, don't get me wrong. I think an abortion is an awesome. It's a medical procedure.
Yes.
a medical procedure. It's not like plastic surgery. It should
No.
never be that. It should be treated as a medical procedure to save a life. Period.
Yep.
Now
Yep.
I can see the need for that when it comes to rape, underage. You know, that I can see a bit of a debate there, but I can also see that there's so much great, because if this thing goes through the way they're doing it now, to where you know, can't do the abortion anymore unless it's in a rape case. Can you imagine how many false rapes are going to be claimed? Rapes
Yeah,
are going to go through the roof.
And
You
how
got
many
drunk,
men?
you regret it.
How
That's not
many
rape, that's
men?
regret.
How many men are going to end up in prison because of that?
Exactly. All you got to do is scream rape, you can get an abortion.
Yeah.
Well, to have a rape, you've got to have a victim, and you've got to have somebody that committed that rape.
Yeah.
You know, and it's it's going to go through the roof.
Yeah.
Like it's bullshit. Bottom line, Roe v. Wade never should have happened in the first place. Now you've got 50 years of people that have done things that are going to have regrets. You know, I'm a science teacher. I'm biology. It is what it is. Life starts at conception.
Yeah.
There's no debate about that. It starts at conception. That's what the word means. There's no if, ands, buts, first trimester, third trimester. I don't give a fuck about it. It's life starts at conception.
Yeah.
It's biology, the study of life. You can't debate that.
No.
And now you've got this whole liberal wokeness where they're inventing new words. They're inventing a new language. Look, if you're a boy, you're always going to be a boy. You will never be a woman. You can buy boobs. You can chop off your man parts all you want to. Now you're just a useless hunk of flesh.
Well, and now they don't want to call pregnant women, you know, mothers, or, you know, she's pregnant. It's the birthing person. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
That's what I'm saying. They're inventing a new language to start a debate. The birthing parent. No, you mean the mother?
Yeah.
And the pronoun thing blows me away. I'm they, them.
Oh my
You're
gosh.
plural. There's more than one of you. You're plural. It's a plural word. So there's more than one of you.
It killed me when we were in the process of buying this house. I was in email contact with someone that had something to do with the house and everything. And at the end of when she would sign her emails and stuff, she'd put her name and, you know, this and that. And then underneath that, there was a big thing that said pronoun and her, she, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, okay. So
Look,
yeah, I mean,
I was in school in college. I won't say where, I won't say when. It wasn't that long ago, and we had to do this online class. You know, like even though you go in person, when you do your work, you submit it to the teacher online. And there's no paper anymore, and you have to read everybody else's posts, and you have to comment on other people's posts on this assignment. And I clicked on this one girl's post, and I read her stuff, and it was you know, good stuff. And it was an art class, art appreciation, which is to me was the stupidest class I've ever taken in my life. But you know, when she did this thing, and it was like a cat creature she made up. I'm trying to remember all of it. But then it was at the end of her thing, it was they, them. And I went, they, them. And it was a picture of one cat. And I was being an ass.
Furry.
Yeah. I'm like, they, them. What does that even mean? She goes, they, them, it's their pronoun. I said, whose pronoun? She said, the cat's. I'm like, there's only one cat. They, them, the word they and the word them are both plural, which means more than one.
Right.
There's only one cat in your drawing.
Oh.
So what are you talking about?
Oh my goodness.
It's my something preferred pronouns or whatever. And she's like, I'm sorry, you just don't understand how this works. I'm like, no, I'm sorry.
You don't understand.
Here's the problem. I don't speak fantasy. All right. I'm not going to do the they, them. I'm not going to acknowledge the they, them, even though that's your preferred pronoun, whatever. I don't speak fantasy. I don't speak delusion. All right. I'm not going to talk to your invisible friend either.
Yeah.
You know, I don't speak that language. If that's what you need to do to make yourself feel better about yourself, that's cool, whatever. You know, I mean, people have had imaginary friends forever. You don't bring them to school. I mean, I guess the whole gist of it, when you're talking about, all right, the basis of the argument for this trans thing, whatever you want to call it, is we just want everybody to accept us for who we really are. The irony is, the entire problem is you don't accept you for who you are.
Yeah.
You were born a male. You have a penis. You will never be pregnant. You can never get pregnant.
No.
Is it unless there's a magic pill to flip the chromosomes, you're talking fucking stupid. Nothing you're saying is making sense. So you can get on TV and you can be offended all you want to. I don't care. It doesn't matter because it's delusional bullshit.
It is. No,
You're not
it
going to
is.
change your genetics.
You can't change biology.
Yeah.
Now there are, and here's the thing. Here's where it gets really weird. I'm a science teacher. There are species of animals on the planet that can spontaneously flip sexes,
Change.
not gender. They can flip sexes.
Yes,
But
hyenas.
that hasn't happened.
No,
That hasn't
hyenas are
happened to
one.
humans yet. That hasn't happened to humans yet. There are a few species of animals on the planet that can flip. They can flip from male to female in order to reproduce. It's documented scientific fact. It has not happened with humans yet. When it does, I will shut the fuck up. But until then, right's right, wrong's wrong. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Boys are boys, girls are girls. Stay the fuck out of my bathroom unless you got a cock. I mean, it is what it is. You know, it's it is what it is.
Hold on. I have to back out and come back in because I got a video call and now I cannot. My audio is just coming through the regular speaker. I'll be right back, you guys. I'm sorry. Hold on.
No problem.
Oh, we don't want to end broadcast.
Don't do that.
Oh, hold on.
You know, and I hope I'm not offending anyone when I say what I'm saying, but here's the thing. It's called YouTube for a reason. You know,
No, I'm gonna hit
that's the way I feel about it. If you feel different, that's cool. We can still be friends. I mean, I'm not trying to be negative in any way. I'm just trying to, I mean, look, you can't transition from being a male to being a female. You can transition from being hot to being cold. You can transition from being wet to being dry. You can't transition your sex. And it's so funny because you'll see videos posted on YouTube and everywhere else that, you know, I'm having a gender reveal party. What are you're not revealing gender, you're revealing the sex. If you're saying gender is it's a made up gender, basically, according to, you know, whatever, is it's a crutch. It's a way to fit into society. So you get to pretend you are whoever you want to be. You're in a fucking video game is what you're playing. You know, if you're a boy, you're a boy. If you're a girl, you're a girl. There's nothing you can fucking do to change that. And don't get me wrong, I have gay and lesbian family members in my family. I got no problem with that whatsoever. I've got family members, dudes that like dudes. Fucking do you, man. Rock and roll. Do your thing. I got girls that like girls. I'm all for it. Do you. Don't try to say that you can change who you are to be something different. You know what I mean? It's just, it's participation trophy through the roof.
Yeah.
I mean, if you and they want to normalize it, they want to put it in every movie that if you don't have a gay, queer, lesbian, trans, binomial, whatever in a movie that you're putting out right now, they won't put it on TV. Huh? You know, you've got to be gender fluid, gender this. No, you don't. All right, let's be real here, okay? So if all the dudes on the planet liked other dudes and all the chicks liked other chicks, we're all gonna fucking die. That the human race is gonna go extinct because you have to procreate.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. If me and you can't make more me and yous, then it's a waste of fucking time.
Yeah.
No, we can play a party. If I'm a dude and I like other dudes, I can like other dudes on the side, but I still got to make a baby.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing. I mean, you're right. It's everywhere. It's in movies, TV shows, commercials, ads. I mean, everywhere. But these are the same people who are systematically finding ways to remove the normal family from TV.
Well, it's
Traditions,
just
the whole thing.
It's a thing about feeling vindicated, feeling special, feeling different. I want to be different. I've got to be now. What's the thing with the numbers?
Oh no, I don't know.
I'm non-binary.
Yeah.
I'm not. What the fuck? That's computer link. Binary. That's ones and zeros. You're non-binary. Yeah, you're not a fucking calculator. We know this. Next question. I mean, what non-binary? What does that even fucking mean? All right. So if your pronouns are they them, do you pay multiple taxes for all your they thems, or do you just pay like one income tax? I mean, because if you're a they them, I mean, fuck you and your pronouns. If you walk up to me and you got jugs and you look like a woman, it's ma'am, it's her, it's he, it's it is what it is. If it offends you, fuck you. It's not my problem. I don't care.
That's right.
You are what you are. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude about it, but I mean, let's be real. I mean, come on. People need to be grown-ups again. We've got an entire generation of video game children coming up that are going to run this country. Are you fucking kidding me? We're all going to fucking die. We're all going to fucking die.
Oh, it'll be a done deal. It will be.
I mean, it's and look at the gun violence that's going on. Really, the mass shootings. Seriously, and they want to blame the guns. Really?
Yeah, of course they do. It's always the gun. It's never the person behind the gun. And no.
Here's the thing. How long have guns been around? How many hundreds of years have guns been around? Mm-hmm. But the mass shootings, the school shootings started shortly after what? Fucking video games. You can't pick up your fucking phone and try to play Candy Crush without ads for a video game that has some fucking Lego looking dude shooting a gun at another Lego looking dude.
Yeah. That's
the problem. You're teaching your children that you can just shoot up a bunch of stuff. If you get shot, then you just hit reset.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And you respawn and everything's good to go.
Yeah. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. It's insane. And this country
it's upside down. It's all upside down.
We're fucked. The aliens need to just come on and start this fucking thing all over again. We failed this level.
As long as the UFO goes really fast, I'm down for it. Like, I love to go fast, so please beam me up. Let's go.
No, they've already driven by Earth.
And they're like,
they
forget
fucking
these
rolled the
ones.
windows up, locked the doors.
Here's the thing: you probably won't be able to get a seat on the plane because it's this they them. It's reserved for they thems and those and we's. So I mean,
non-binary.
Yeah. Fucking non-binary. Yeah, I know you're not a fucking calculator. What the non-binary? What does that even mean?
I love it. No, it's the truth though, and that's the thing. Like,
Do you know how much fun it is to have a cock? And here you want to pretend you're a girl? And I can only say that because I'm a dude.
You can't.
You know how much fun it is to just lay around and play with that fucking thing?
I cannot.
Can you imagine?
I had one, I would never come out of like the room. So I mean, and that's me just being a female. I'm like, if I had one of those, I'd never leave the bedroom. Like I'd stand up and pass out. Like that's how it would work.
I mean, every guy on the planet has stood in front of a mirror and tried to do the helicopter, made it bounce up and down and go side to side. It's like so much fun. It's so much fun. And I can only imagine like having a vajayjay. It's like really cool to do whatever the fuck it is you guys do. I don't know, because I'm not a chick. I can say tomorrow I can go and flitch and be trans this or whatever, but I'm never gonna know. No matter what the fuck, I don't give a shit how good medicine gets. A dude's gonna be a dude, a chick's gonna be a chick. End of the fucking story. It is what it is. You can play that game. I mean, I remember watching a video on YouTube of a dude that decided to be a girl and a girl that decided to be a boy, and then they got hooked up, married or whatever. And then the chick, the trans woman, got the trans man pregnant. Yeah, so they had a baby. So a trans dude.
Hold on, I'm confused already.
They basically switched places. The dude got pregnant. The trans dude got pregnant. The trans woman which was a dude, was nursing the baby. So the baby is literally sucking on a sweaty man's tit. He's not getting any milk. And the trans dude was talking about how destroyed his vagina was with his little bit of peach fuzz he had going on. It was on friggin' YouTube. It was on the news. They had like a fucking report about this thing. It was on TV.
What a cluster.
You got a baby sucking on his daddy's boob, but has to call him mom because he's a trans whatever now. And yeah, I'm like, and the guy with like a half-ass beard, which was a girl, is talking about how his vagina is ruined now. And then here's the crazy part. They were talking about how their parents, they were having arguments with their parents about this, that, and the other, because they haven't decided the gender of their baby. I'm like, what the fuck? Hang on. So you're bitching that society doesn't accept you for who you are when the real problem is you don't accept you for who you are. And now you're saying that you get to choose what gender your 4-day-old baby is going to be.
No, that's already been decided. Like, you know, hello.
You can figure that out. Great thing about science, you know, they take that little camera and they go, woo, look at it. There it is. There's the penis. Or,
I agree. Can you put on a blonde wig? You got a little like Halloween wig anywhere, Ghost? You could really help all of us out.
No, I don't actually. I'm sorry. I'm trans neutral.
Non-binary, trans neutral.
Yeah.
you don't identify.
This is a fucked up world we live in.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, darling. Come on, let's go. There you go, Wiz. He wants to get up on the discussion. All I know is we're all screwed. I mean, at this point, with everything, I mean, we're screwed from every angle we look. So,
I had one at work. Okay.
Now be careful.
No, I'm gonna be careful. That's what I'm saying. I had one at work. Okay. Drove the yard jockey truck to move the trailers around.
The hostler.
The hostler, spotter, whatever you want to call it. Was clearly a man. Okay. I mean, built, stocky, blonde hair. Okay.
Think about when you came home.
But her name was Amanda. That's what she wanted to be called. Amanda.
Look, here's the thing. The only way that's going to work for me is if you wear a name tag.
Yeah. The circus. We're at the circus.
Oh yeah.
Greetings, Earthlings. What's the topic?
Non-binary pronouns, trans, you name it.
Non-identifying.
Yeah. Bi-curious, non-binary, transgender male.
Oh, so like me.
Yeah. I guess.
Right on.
Oh.
Sweet.
Oh.
What we got going on? What is that? What's that?
Beer brewing.
Oh.
Oh, whiz.
That's the louder.
Oh.
That's the mash tun. And that's the boil kettle.
Oh my gosh.
Hutch tried to get me on like the other night, and I was just way too drunk, and you know, it happens. But it's an amazing process. I mean, it's kind of like a day.
Oh my gosh, that is cool.
And this is all sanitized now, so we can brew tomorrow because we put the sanitizer in the kettles.
Right.
That's all. When you see the bubbles, That's the sanitizer.
Oh
Yeah.
my
And
god.
And we put that sanitizer, we put it out this port right here. And then we can put the beer through that. Actually, hang on. Get a cigarette out of my mouth.
Oh my gosh, that is so fucking cool.
So the ice in the water goes like an inch or so above the cooling coil, and the beer runs through here. And we got these, the wort goes through these tubes.
Right.
And there's all sorts of on these boil kettles. This one has a main port that like gets rid of the liquid that I just shuffled around with my fingers. But this one right here is the inlet to this coil.
Oh wow.
So you protect your beer or your wort inside of that, and then you have to like clean inside the coil and everything like that. So
Oh my gosh. That is
this
so...
is this is a actual keg of beer like anyone would know, like when you go into the beer distributor or whatever and get a regular keg of beer, and it's got a little like the push down twist top.
Right.
They cut the top off of it, and now this is when we put the grain in with the water, like up to here for an 8-gallon batch, and then you take all the sugars and you boil this. There is a right here is the burner that boils out brings this up to 170 degrees to get out the maybe a pasteurizing situation happening.
Oh my
and you get the primary and secondary sugars out of the grain, and it's each grain you can get like a second row, which is like only roasted like maybe 20 minutes. It gets a really like Miller Lite kind of color, and then you get like a caramel malt that will give you a porter or a Guinness type of color.
Oh yeah.
But when you do that, you get the flavors and the colors that come out in there. And there's a primary and secondary sugar. So this is going to be like all up in water and grain to like right here.
Right.
And this is a 8-gallon batch. So when you go over to here into the third one, this is your boil kettle. Everything at this point in time has gone from this one at 170 will come into here and boil again. Depending on what your recipe is, you can boil it or you can pasteurize it. I'm starting to, my friend, we're going to do like a pasteurizing next time. Oh. And I think that we're going to get a little bit more yield out of the hops because it's going to be at 170, 165 instead of 212, 216, 218 in this 13-gallon brew kettle. And when you boil it down, you start with 8 gallons and you boil it down. And of course, that's a reduction with everybody that knows, and you're getting a concentration.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah, with an 8-gallon system, you're going to come out with 5 gallons, which is going to be one of these pony kegs right here at 5 gallons. Oh, that is
fucking badass.
Yep. And that's going to be 5 gallons of beer you can drink. But what we're going to do before, when we go from this to this, you want to over-carbonate it. And you take this keg and you put this little CO2 in, and you roll it on the ground and you CO2 it.
Oh.
There's a little bit of oxygen inside of the brewing process to help the yeast with their breathing and all that kind of thing. But the beer actually changes. Me and my friend Kyle, we did a primary test out of the graduated cylinder from the boil out of this. Right. And it was maybe 1.0145. And I know that after a while, it's going to come out to like a 5.2, 5.3 ABV. Okay. But what happens is when you have a pre-carbonation, you have flavors and esters and everything. You can get like a banana flavor in some beers. Excuse me. And you can get orange. You can get like a mango. You can get all sorts of flavors. But when you add the CO2 from here in the kegging process, it chills out and it goes back to more of a hop profile. And you get more of the bittering and the citrus. And I don't want to scare anybody away from brewing beer where you're going to like taste a pine cone or anything like that, because it depends on the hops actually. And when we cold crash it from this machine right here, from that one, then we'll cold crash it from 170 degrees down to 70 degrees inside the house in the fermentation. But when we go to keg, we'll put it in here at 35 degrees. So that means that all of the biology will stop, and it'll be beer then. And we take it out of here, and then we go into the CO2 process, or into this keg, or into the refrigerator.
Oh, that is so.
Yep. And we have
come
a ton
on.
of beer to be drank.
Pour me up a cup.
Right? Yep. This one is the mud butt. I think that's what it's called. It's got 4 types of chilies in it. And we dry hopped a what did he say it was? The cocoa nibs. But we not dry hopped them. We hydrated them in Maker's Mark alcohol.
Hell yes.
Like, bring it out and everything. That was so amazing. And my friend actually put that mud butt into the East Coast Beer Brewers Challenge or whatever the hell you call it. It was just on like last weekend or something like that.
Right on.
Oh my God. And he, when we did I can't remember if it was in the brew or if it was in the after part of it. Anyway, he put like ancho chilies, he put guajilos, and there's a third one. I can never remember what it is, but the fourth one is a Carolina Reaper.
Oh.
It was fucking sexy. It was chocolatey. It had that little baby bee sting on the back of your throat. Like, it was so inviting for the next drink. It wasn't like, anywhere near like hot wings. It makes you sweat and all that kind of thing. But it was so. Oh my gosh. It was really magical. And this one right here is a Vienna lager, and this one is the Bell's Two Hearted. It's a clone. Like, we take the recipe from what they extrapolate from Bell's Two Hearted Ale, and they try and figure out what grains, what yeast, and they try and make that beer. It's kind of like brewers trying to be just like the mega brewers and try and make it taste just like it is.
Right.
And it is so sweet, and it has little bubbles in it, like champagne bubbles.
Oh, snap.
So it's like a 7-Up tasting, but with a real blanket finish. It's inviting. It's not quite mowing the lawn kind of beer. It's like a 6.5. But it's such an amazing time we've had, and I've been doing this for like 4.5 months.
Oh my gosh, Wiz, like, wow. I mean, everyone in chat is like, holy crap. And like, I feel honored that you're sharing this with us. Like, that is so freaking cool.
Oh yeah. And you'd be surprised. Like, a lot of people want to try like the brewing process, and they're like, this is hard. This is time consuming, but you have to look at it like, let's say the grain build. And when I say grain build, you have like for this mash tun right here,
Oh man.
For an 8-pound, or for an 8-gallon brew, we would have, if it was like a really serious IPA, like anybody was like, oh my God, that burned my mouth or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
you would use 20 pounds of grain in this machine, in this keg. Now, that's not all. That's second row grain, some
Right.
flake malt, other things that they put in there at the place where they crack the grain for you. But that's like maybe, let's say between $75 and $90 for the grain.
Okay.
And when you put it in here, you put the grain. There's already water all the way up to like 8.5 gallons, and then we'll take it up to like maybe 11 gallons, and we'll use this piece right here, and we'll take the wort that's already in like the grain juice or wort or whatever you want to call it, and we'll take that 170-degree wort and we'll splash that wort over the grain bed that's already in here. Basically like oatmeal in this 8.5 gallons. And it's called setting the grain bed. So it's like if we got like maybe 80 or 85% of the sugars out,
Right.
when we use the wort that comes out of this nozzle, it'll like settle down all the rest of the sugars, and we get maybe a high 80% yield, maybe
Nah.
82, 83%, because and what's weird is that when you're in here and this thing is full with water and grain and oatmeal and malt and all that kind of thing, it smells like a cross between oatmeal and a horse stall.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
It's got like a biscuity taste, or well, I say taste, but it's like with the humans, it's our nose and mouth have like, they almost are like coexisting.
Right.
And
Aroma.
it smells absolutely delicious.
Oh
And
my
a lot
God.
of like microbrewers, they'll take that wort and make dog biscuits out of it, or you can take some of that and make a concentrate and take some of those sugars and add it to your yeast to make a starter for your next brew.
Wow.
So
That
it's
is so awesome.
It's a neat setup.
Heck yeah.
yeah, I mean, and for what you can get, I mean, let's say if we started brewing at, let's say, noon, we would be done and cleaned up and everything stowed back to the way it is now, because we take it out from like where it is now and we'll pull it out here because we're using flame. We want to be outside.
Right.
And then all of it is probably 8 hours.
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah, I mean,
That's not bad
like
at all.
It's an hour for your mash, and then you have filtering, you have all that stuff, and then you have another hour, and then you go in here and you put your hops at an hour, and then you have, you start your clock, and then 45 minutes later you're down to the 15-minute in the boil. You put your secondary hops, and when you do the hops when it's boiling, that's where you get your bittering effect. That is it's not a contradiction, but it's almost a mate up to the caramelization and the sugars you get from the mash to the boil. You don't want to sit there and drink a syrup liquid. It's very off-putting. So that's what the hops is for. So when you put the hops in right at your boil, that's where you get your bittering effect. So 45 minutes later, you put in your same hops or something else that has like a citrus or a mango or a banana or whatever, esters
Right.
that are going to come out of it. In the 15 minutes, that's where you get your effervescence. That's why everybody that's listening and watching has got to smell your beer first. Because when you smell the beer, that's the last 15 minutes of the boil.
Ah.
And when you have the body and it's like a milky kind of put a blanket over your tongue kind of thing, that's where you get the hops that was in the boil kettle for that hour.
Ah.
And you have to have a match between the sugar and the hops. It's a sugar to bitter, because
Gotcha.
everybody I know, in the chat probably has had those 10% beers that were like, oh my God, you get it like 2 inches from your mouth and it's like makes you want to fucking gag because it's so alcohol forward. That means that it was an all grain brew with less hops.
Ah. Monique is asking if you guys grow your own hops.
My friend across the street is actually growing his own hops, but
Wow.
it's challenging when that vegetation is very, let's say, susceptible to I know it's wrong when I say this, but I call it a blanket mold.
Ah, okay.
You'll always have to have wind going over it. And you always
Oh.
have to have it going up in a vine, and it has to be continuously moving so the mold doesn't get onto it. Because here
Gotcha.
in North Carolina, they do have hop farms, but those hop farms are very stringently environmentally controlled with that
Right.
wind, so you don't get that that mold on there. And obviously, everybody that grows anything, you couldn't make a primary product with a secondary contagion on your hops.
Right.
I wouldn't put anything with fucking mold in anything I was cooking, so why would I do it with something that I was brewing?
Right.
And it just looks nasty, and it's kind of like a gray silver mold that gets on the leaves and everything like that. And then you got like tens of thousands of dollars worth of hops. That's like, oh fuck, now I can't even sell this stuff.
Yeah.
So
Now, if you don't mind me asking,
please.
as far as like that kind of setup, like price point, how much would a setup like that cost?
Okay, so when we're talking a 8-gallon system, this unit right here is like 11 gallons, 11 gallons, and 11 gallons.
Okay.
So you could do a recipe at 8 without boil over. I mean, obviously, when you have a
Right.
protein, you're going to have boil over, and it happens. We use I don't have it where I can get at it, but it's called like a deflocking. It like takes away the foam.
Right.
So you have to overdo your system for the gallon amount that you want.
Okay.
So you most certainly can have a 30-gallon system and do an 8. Or a
Okay.
30-gallon system and do a 12. But you never want to have a 5-gallon and try and boil off an 8. It never works that way. Unless you're
Gotcha.
it's just volume, chemistry, effervescence, the chemistry is the main key in this. But any home brewer, I would start with an 11-gallon system, and then you have room to play with. You can do a 2.5-gallon system or a 2.5-gallon batch. They're out there.
Right.
If you just want to bring a barrel to like Christmas or a birthday or whatever.
Right.
But to optimally use this system, I would get the 11, and you can boil it. Start with 11 gallons and boil it down to like a 5, and then you can put it in one of those like Pepsi pony kegs. They're like $20 if you can like talk them down on Craigslist. They're
Right.
I
Toggle it down.
yeah, I would use these, but I would rather use these. You
That
see
is
that
just
there's
amazing.
yeah, there's a difference between the it's all like plastic around here and like horse shit.
Right.
But this has one handle, but you
All
can
metal.
there's an extra CO2 in and a fluid out.
Right.
But you have this thing right here. It's a CO2 where you can kind of burp your system if like you're
Oh.
if you're at a wedding or whatever and it's pouring a lot of foam. You can just pull this and it'll like make the CO2 be less, and the beer will pour slower. But there are caps like this. When you take this off, oh, must be still something. Why can't I get this off here?
Oh, snap.
That's the CO2.
Right.
He was protecting the keg with CO2. So yeah, that really fucked my finger up.
Oh.
So it's easy to manipulate these kegs, and it's the same way this would go into this one too. They're very easy to
That is so cool.
to go from one barrel to another with this kind of system. But there's also one where you can have the CO2 off, but you have like another system or another little a knob here where you can oxygenate your beer inside the keg. Instead of using a fermenter, you can ferment in your keg.
That is so cool.
There's a lot of things that go along with the brewery process that, you know, as tech, you know, goes to you know, gets better, and you know, people are like, wow, you know, all these fucking flies are getting into my beer taps, you know, who's gonna fucking come out with like some idea where I can keep the flies out of my keg? Well, here you go.
There it is. Oh, snaps.
So you put that up there and you take a little bit of cleaner. It cleans your tap, and it keeps the fucking flies out of it. That was like amazing. This guy made $1 billion fucking dollars just by this goddamn thing.
Oh, that is really cool.
So it's one of those things where if you want to try a hobby, and to answer your question, this system was on Craigslist with everything that you see here. $350.
Wow. Wow.
This brew kettle right here is $225 retail.
Snap! You guys scored.
This is the name Bilchman. Is Bilchman.
Right.
It's the best brew kettle. Well, one of the best brew kettles you can get. Simply because it's a double pane. It's not a single. It keeps heat a lot longer, and you can tune in your heat more than just like this one. I got this one for $50. It's like a simple single kettle with no name and anything like that. Just like somebody drilled it and put a tap on it and all that kind of thing. This was I got this on Craigslist. $50.
Dang.
But
that is just so freaking cool. I mean,
but here's the thing. With this guy that I got that kettle from, 2 weeks later, I didn't want any of the other stuff that he had.
Right.
Oh my God, I got like 4 Florence flasks, all sorts of cleaners, like all of this stuff here that anybody can, like, they could come to my garage, my friend's garage right now, and I could set them up in brewing right now from what I got free, because this guy just did not want any of the stuff in his garage anymore.
Shit.
That's a come up, Wiz. That is a come up.
I mean, seriously, this cleaner right here, it's like $19 free because you didn't want to do it anymore. And I get like 200 brews out of this cleaner. So it cost me like 0.0000000 like 2 cents for this, cleaner. And I can use it for like the next year. It's so amazing how you can recycle some of this stuff. And I'm trying to figure out the negative. Besides the cleaning and, stuff that happens inside of the inside of here, that's a little bit more of a challenge.
Right.
Because I took it off. So if there was no cleaner in there, it could, tend to incubate your allergens or whatever.
Right.
So since we keep all of this, everything that we have is in a cleaner. Everything we do. And every step, if I were to take like a spoon from this boil kettle, I would take it out of a cleaner.
Ah. Okay,
And
so
it's-
everything's clean.
Oh, yeah.
No
And,
cross contamination.
Right.
oh, my God, the cross-contamination is so important. But I'll only tell you it's most important in the brew kettle.
Okay.
Because it's already been mashed up to like maybe 150-ish
Right.
for getting the sugars out of here. But when you transfer it over to the boil kettle, now there's no protection. Everything after this is your temperature is going down. It's boiled here. It's not boiled here anymore. So if you put like a wood thing in here and the piece of wood stirrer had like some contagion, it would potentially get in here for a contagion. So that's why we use stainless or plastic, and we're always going from sanitizer to the wort to keep that cross-contamination at an absolute minimum. And
Yeah.
Ghost is looking at me like, oh my God, as soon as you open this, you're opening yourself up for wild yeast. I understand that. But you're also at like, you're at 170 degrees. So you're above pasteurizing temperature. It's when you start to cool it. So when we take it from this back to this,
Right.
is when it's like the most susceptible to any kind of contagion. That's why this is always closed. And we put ice in here, and the water is always in there. And we just keep adding ice. So it's a contained system. When you go in this pipe, the beer, or the wort, goes through here. So it's always contained. So you're chilling it down.
Right.
So a point of contact for contagion would be this port and this port. Because obviously that port right there, way down here at the end.
Uh-huh.
So it's a semi-contained system, but you're always on alert, keeping the flies away, keeping any type of things from falling into it or anything like that, because it's a very delicate system until you get in the fermenter. And then you kind of like, you take what you've done as a human, as the brewer, and you give it over to the yeast in a contained system. They do their thing. You just babysit it and keep them happy and warm and fed. And in 2 weeks, you're going to have a good Pils or a good porter or whatever you're going to have.
That
What do you
is
think?
awesome. That is awesome.
And it's really fun because we get to drink and eat really good food because my friend is a chef. So
Oh, so you're living the life.
I'm fucking spoiled something awful. And you know, you drink the beer from like 2 weeks ago or whatever, and it's like it's a fun hobby, but you know, when it comes to SHTF, you know, this is a skill that is not easily done. You can do it, but unless you do it to a high quality, you
Right.
won't get the quality at the end, and it'll be contaminated. No, it'll taste like shit or whatever. So the more careful you are throughout the process, the more you're gonna have a good product at the end. So cleanliness is next to godliness. So
There you
What
go.
what do you think, Ghost? I see him. Good. Glad to
Yeah,
hear.
he's over there. Yeah.
I know. It's really super nice to see you.
Oh, Wizard, thank you like so much for sharing that with us. Like I had no idea, and like everybody in chat is just like, hell yes.
Yeah, this is what I do basically every weekend, and it's
Right
just
on.
you know, keeps me out of trouble. You know, I can go 10 doors down. You know, I don't get a DUI, and I can have good times with friends, and we
Yeah.
can make a good product.
There
So
you go. That is beautiful. That is so freaking cool.
and you know, people can do other types of things. I mean, I'm sure you can do this in some type of you know, boiling off water, pasteurizing on some other sort of platform, because the heat and the chemistry and the water is there. I don't want to
Right.
go into making alcohol, like, but I don't know anything about that.
Right.
And it's a completely, you know, so separate. I mean, galactically different chemistry and, you know, all that kind of thing. Some of the same rudimentary stock when you're starting,
Right.
but it's more dangerous, more pressure sensitive, heat sensitive, all that kind of thing. So this is just beer. This is just simple water, grain, biology, and you're done after a couple of weeks, and with a couple of cups of yeast, and that's where we're at.
Auslander is green with envy over there.
Well, he can do the same thing. I mean, it's easier than people think. But you know, I can say that because I've done it for like 8 weeks. When you're doing it the first time, it's challenging because there's a lot of questions. There's like, what's going on here, and all the pump directions and all that kind of thing. And then you start like, it gets fun. And to me, I'm kind of a brainiac, and we'll get into like the chemistry and attenuations of primary and secondary sugars. And like, for instance, if you want to do a Hefeweizen, you want to do at a lower temperature, you'll get both primary, secondary sugars, and you'll also get like an ester. And that ester to the human being will taste and smell like clove and banana.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the beer or the water or anything. It's all in what the temperature and the yeast are, and how happy they are, and what
Right.
kind of esters they're going to do. And you can do it at like what was it, like 149 degrees, you'll get the banana. But if you go up to like 151, you'll get the clove. But you also have the banana. So if you do that good boil, you'll have those two together, and they marry up in a mug really super sexily. So it's a complete manipulation of biology and temperature and sanitation, and you know, just being careful on the biology that you're doing the whole time.
Right.
It's a hobby, but it's no joke because you want to be able to like serve this to humans at the end. So
Yeah.
it's you're a steward of the biology, and then 3 weeks later, you got to watch this, because you got to like it's got to stay at a constant temperature of like 79 degrees or whatever it says for the yeast or whatever, and it'll come out. I've had a Hefeweizen one time. My friend, he was the main brewer at one of the breweries here in Raleigh. He had a low temperature on a Hefeweizen, and it came out with a raspberry note to it.
That sounds good.
That sounds really good.
Not one
Auslander,
right.
Auslander wants you to know real quick, Wizard, that you have ruined sex for the next couple of nights, and all they're going to be thinking about is the home brew.
Oh, I know. It's like it's so addicting and it's fun. But back to the raspberry, there was no raspberries added to the entire brew. Not one single solitary piece of raspberry.
Wow.
It was whatever was in the brewery, and the stars were aligned, and somebody wore the like right pair of boots in the brewery and whatever.
Right.
And hey, happy mistake. They made money off of it. Every one of those beers sold for like $6.50. So hey, yeah, that's awesome. If you can sell beer that tastes good and it's like basically flavored water for $6,
yeah,
you're on my Christmas card list.
Heck yeah. Oh, I would love to taste some of it. Like that would be cool.
Oh man, go on YouTube. Especially you in Pennsylvania, you have a lot of like black spruce.
Yes.
You literally can make a spruce beer. The
black.
Like the real super like light green ends of a spruce tree.
The tips, yes.
Oh my God, there's more like almost. I don't want to say more than stinging nettle, but it's like really high in vitamin C.
Yes, it is.
But it makes a great thing. All you have is like sugar, yeast, and the spruce.
Right.
And it makes a really clear beer, and you ferment it just like any other beer, but you get a light note of the spruce. It's I don't want to say it's really piney, but it's noticeable. You would know that it was spruce, but it wasn't like a West Coast IPA where it burned your mouth. It was like you were sucking on that like a fucking puck from the gas station urinal kind of fucking
Ghost,
pine cone
beautiful.
kind of thing. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, my battery's at like 6%, so I wanted to.
Ghost,
you did work today, man. I mean,
you're
goodness.
a rock star, and I miss you so much.
I got 30 quarts of broth and 7 quarts of chicken.
Oh my gosh.
2 in the fridge.
Nice.
Spectacular.
The rock star as usual.
Drive safe, Oz. Beautiful. Just beautiful.
Well, my battery's about to die. I wanted to thank you for letting me come on your show with you tonight. It was a blast. Now I want to go buy a whole bunch of beer brewing stuff and
right.
Some beer.
Yeah, like we need another fucking hobby, Jeez.
I know, right? Like this isn't enough. Like that isn't enough.
Right? It's never
enough. I'll do the brewing.
It means the world to me that you were here tonight, Ghost, and
it's so good to see you, man.
I miss you, and I'm sending you all my love, Ghost.
Truly. It was really nice to see you, and come back.
Thanks for having me. We'll see you next time.
Always.
For sure. Anytime.
Be well, Ghost.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night. Everybody in the chat. We'll see you later.
My heart's so happy he was here tonight, though.
Right?
Right?
Oh.
I was like, what the fuck, over? Missed the hell out of that, man.
I know.
Yeah.
I think we all do.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
He knows it, and he feels it in his heart, and that's what we need to do. So
That's right. As long as he feels it and he knows that we
Right.
love him, we miss him.
right. As Milkmaid used to say, it's all about the education, and if people aren't learning, go away. If you're here
Right.
for the community and the learning and trying to do something, I don't care what it is, whether it's seeds or it's canning or it's brewing or it's
Yes.
what the hell ever. I want you to
Knowledge,
be the
knowledge,
yeah.
knowledge.
I want every single person in the chat to be smarter than me.
Hey, you know what?
What you got?
Right?
Listen. Listen to this.
Nice. Oh yeah, we're pretty fucking drunk.
I don't know how that could happen. I have no idea.
No way. No way.
Well, when it's free and it's like a Bell's Two-Hearted clone and it's like 5.6 ABV, yeah, I'm pretty fucking hammered. I mean, a minute ago when I was doing the mash tun thing, I was like, man, my beer tab would be like $80 right now.
Right? And look at you over there, just living the life. Living the life.
Well, everybody does the same thing, but we don't see it a lot. You guys have your beautiful garden, you have your wonderful like log home, and you're like literally doing the thing.
Trying.
Yeah, and everybody's kind of they want a little of that. That's why these lives are so important. And I don't know if she realizes, but when I call her the Chuck Norris of canning, I learn all the time, and I look at it and I'm like, well, fuck, what would I have done? And I know that I can go back and look at a video and see what she's nodding her head, so I know she knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And I see the dedication and the like the rock steady kind of thing, because she's all about the education.
Right.
And I see that, and the chat sees that, and it's amazing. And that's that's where I want to be. And I want the people to talk about questions and, altitude in canning and how much water you should put in the canner and why you're doing that and what is it going to do for you and your homestead or you and yourself, or are you doing it for yourself? Are you doing it to like half for yourself? Do you have like a little stand out front and you like give it to the homeless or whatever it is? I'm like, any amazement when it comes to that it fills my brain up and my heart at the same time. And that's why I completely fell in love with all of these canning sessions.
Yes.
Because it's I don't give a fuck what anybody else thinks. What I get from this is like, it fills my heart up because I can get an idea on how I can, help my single mother family that's like 2 doors down. I call her the hot neighbor, but she seriously, has like, she's blonde and she's hot, but she's got 2 kids. And every time I get something for free, all of a sudden, a day later, she's got like a basket of vegetables on her
that's
her
sweet.
front step. I mean, yeah, I probably should figure out, or maybe she has a Ring camera and knows it's me. She's got like 19 of my fucking baskets. I kind of like them back,
You're like, can I get the baskets back so I can continue?
Right.
Good night.
Give me back my baskets.
Good night, Monique. Sleep well. I love you.
Bye, Mom.
All right, this canner's ready, you guys.
Yeah. Take the cans out. Come on.
Oh, I'm
Let's
nervous.
go.
I'm nervous.
All right, we're talking cans now.
Yeah. Let's go.
Big screen.
I need some paper towels or a dish towel to hold under these cans. Okay, so I do. Oh, shit. So obviously this recipe is made with coconut milk. And so you will see, okay, coconut milk doesn't separate like regular milk would, but you will see some separation until the jars are completely cooled and everything meshes back together. Does that make sense, you guys?
Mhm.
Right.
Just like last,
Right.
when I
It's an
made,
oil.
right. So like when I made the hamburger stew and I took it out of the canner, there was like an inch or more at the bottom that was just like fluid. It was just the
Mhm.
broth and stuff. But as my jar cooled down the next morning, everything meshed all back together. Okay.
Oh, did it
So
really? That's interesting.
bear that in
Well, like,
mind as you guys see these.
all right, y'all. I'm gonna bail and get more drunk, and I will see you on the next one.
Thank you, Wizard, so much for coming and sharing that with us.
It was a
Sure,
great time.
that
I
was
hope I can do
awesome.
it again. Wow, that looks great.
Anytime, Wiz. Anytime. Have a good evening.
Bye now.
All right.
There we
So
go.
this is chicken curry, you guys. And as you see, there is some separation.
Oh, that's not any better.
No, it's because the dang kitchen light.
Yeah.
But I know that just like I'll show you guys the hamburger stew because I'm sure everyone remembers that it was like all separated. But then, like I say, when it cooled that next morning. Now, I assume the reason the recipe says leave a generous 1-inch headspace is because of siphoning, which even though I left like 1.25 inches or so,
A little bit. Not too
there's
much.
definitely a little bit of siphoning.
So that maybe means when they say generous, maybe they mean 1/2 inch.
Yeah, maybe do like if you do this recipe in that book, maybe do like 1.5 inches of headspace. I know that we like to get the jars as full as possible, but I also, I also don't want too much siphoning happening.
Great.
That's just personal preference though, you guys, personal preference.
That looks great.
Dun, 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 dun.
You just don't want it coming out before
Exactly.
the time.
Right? And there's the last one.
Nice.
So there they are. And like I say, I will show you guys the hamburger soup. There we go. Like the bottom inch and a half, when I did it, when I pulled it out, like it was all
Fluid.
all just the broth. And then as
Right.
it cooled, everything went down. Jen, it's actually not that spicy because I actually cut back on the red chili paste because red chili, okay. Yellow curry paste is the mildest, red is like medium in the middle, and green is the hottest. So even though I was only using the medium level, the red, I still cut back by, I want to say, 1 teaspoon on it because the kids love curry, but if it's too spicy, they're like, no. So, hold on, let me exit here. So it's not spicy, but I've got plenty of red chili paste. So when I do make this, if I want it more spicy for like Chris and I can add some just to ours.
But this
Right.
batch is really mild and it's creamy. It's really good. Really good.
So yeah, there it is, guys. Woo-hoo.
Nice.
It makes me feel so good to just, my goal, you guys, one day is when I can, hold on, because
That way.
this will be all filled up. I mean, I've probably got enough to fill it right now. Truly, I do.
Probably.
But like a lot of that stuff I have in my long-term pantry. So eventually you guys will see that full of all my homemade stuff. It is bubbling away.
I know. I was looking for the one.
Oh, with the glass defect.
Yeah,
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
it's got to be one of those two.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to pull out something really cool here, guys. Let's see about that jar that had the defect. It's not that one. It's not that one.
What? Look at that one back there.
It's not that one. It looks just, yep, it's that one.
Yeah, told you.
So I mean, you can still see it. And look, it looks like it almost has a streak through it.
Yeah, almost. Sorry.
But the jar didn't pop, so I mean, hey, that's a plus, right?
That's a win.
How are you coming along, Sister Marie?
Oh, it's quieting down. Let's see what I got. I'm at 0, but the nipple's still up.
Well, darling, we wait. And that's all right. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Ghost. Thank you, Hoot. Thank you, Miss Sharon.
Sorry to make you wait.
Oh, babe, you're fine. It is no big deal. I'm up. You got to figure. I just had coffee. I don't know. But I had coffee less than an hour ago, so I'm good.
Oh, wow. For you, yeah.
It's my night. It's my night. Stay up. We've still got a bunch of work to do in that bathroom upstairs that we started last weekend, and so we're gonna hit that tomorrow. Don't get me wrong, like I love to do the things ourselves because obviously it's a money savings and this and that, but like sometimes, sometimes it's just like, oh, it's like one thing after another. There's always so much to do. It's like go, 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 go. And there's no like breaks. And I think that gets really, really, I don't know, monotonous. Or I just get burnt out because everything's just been hustle and bustle since we moved. So
you just got to take time for yourself.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, I did that yesterday. I actually, I got into watercolor painting, like, I don't know. I want to say it was 2 years ago.
About that.
And I did a few watercolors and they came out beautifully when I started, and then I just stopped. I don't know. And so I got out all my watercolor stuff yesterday, Sister Marie, and literally, I don't know, I lost myself for like 3, almost 4 hours just doing 2 watercolors.
Wow.
And so that was a really, really nice thing to be able to do. Hey, Backwoods.
Sorry, that's what I was laughing at. It was Ghost comment.
So I think though, one of the watercolors, I think I might do a giveaway, and I don't know how I'll work it or anything, but yeah, I might do a giveaway with the one watercolor I did.
Oh, you got to sign it though.
Oh yeah, it'll be signed. I'm debating because like I say, it's not the greatest, but it came out beautiful to me. So,
No, it's beautiful. Like,
how you doing, Backwoods? Ghost. It sounds like you're a bit jealous of my crooked squash. Oh, Wiz, enjoy your Friday night. That's what it's about. No stress, no worries, just enjoy. Enjoy yourself. No ghost. The watercolor I did was actually a version or one of my interpretations of the moon. And not the moon, when you pull down your pants and moon someone. I just want to clarify that because I know where ghosts go.
Yeah, you do have to clarify that.
I'm so glad, Backwoods. I was sad. I didn't get to see you last night on Liberty Tree. Look at them all getting wild in chat now. You see that, Sister Marie?
Yeah, Backwoods comes around and everybody starts going.
Backwoods comes around and here goes Ghost talking about crooked squashes and, this and that. Uh-huh.
Who else? Like, he doesn't need to know about that.
Yeah, and who's trying to keep everyone on track? Well, Wiz, you might want to wipe that off and get a Band-Aid on that finger for sure. That's what Random JL said earlier. She put the little Band-Aid emoji when you cut your finger.
Yeah, that's a good way to get contaminants in the beer.
Yep, contamination.
Yes.
Right? That was really cool, though, that he got up here and showed us all of that. Like, that's amazing.
And the fact that he scored that all for like $350 is fucking just like.
Right.
That's awesome.
I'm slightly jelly, to be honest with you. Like.
Well, Backwoods, it's good that you're innocent. Otherwise, the morality police might come for you. Wiz is drinking contamination post show. Oh, Wiz. So we've got Sister Marie, you guys, everyone that's still hanging with us. We got Sister Marie. She's waiting to be able to pull her mushrooms. I made chicken curry. We had Ghost up here, and Ghost was canning you guys for 18 hours. And if you guys go back a bit, you guys will see, oh my gosh, all the quarts of bone broth, just magnificent.
A counter full.
Earlier, Roots came up, and she had made some canna butter, and she made the most thickest, juiciest peanut butter canna butter cookies.
Man, size cookies.
I mean, those are real cookies that she made, okay? They aren't some little bite size anything, yeah. It's out there, just be willing to negotiate.
Yeah, I know.
Oh no, for sure, Wiz. I would love to have like a setup like that in the
basement.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And I would put it in the room where I want to do the panic room in the basement.
Shit, what better place? You're like, yeah, in the panic room. We're gonna panic and get drunk.
Damn it, Backwoods. Hoot Owl, Backwoods did give me a t-shirt and I was gonna wear it tonight, and then I ran out of time, and so I threw this shirt on. And oh yes, Auslander, I can't forget that. And then yes, you guys, Wizard did come in and he showed us the coolest home brew for beer setup, and it is really, really cool. I feel very honored that he came up here and showed us all of that and explained the whole process. Like, thank you for the knowledge, Wizard, because now you've sparked an idea in my brain that I want to try. I want to learn. So
you just want beer.
I enjoy beer. Like, honestly, like,
all right.
Oh, I'm gonna full screen you, babe. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
No, it might not be pretty.
Oh, Sister Marie.
I packed them tight.
They'll be beautiful. I know it.
This is not recommended.
This stream is for entertainment purposes only. So now I have a question. When you can mushrooms, obviously, and then you get the mushroom broth with it, do you use that broth and stuff? And what kind of recipes do you use that broth in?
If you want to cook rice, you can use this in placement of water to flavor your rice.
Okay.
I make gravies out of it.
Ooh, yeah.
Anything, just about anything you use water for, you can use this broth for.
Okay.
You just have a mushroom flavor.
The color is just beautiful. You see that color, Chris? Look at that. It looks so just rich and
It looks delicious. As far as like what Sister Marie says, I mean, with rice, it'd probably be fucking awesome.
oh yeah. Especially if I made my stick of butter rice with that instead of water.
Ooh,
Ooh.
man.
Oh, Sister Marie, you are a rock star.
Now, after these cool, like your, the things that you've made, the hamburger and the one with the coconut in it.
Right.
These will settle to the bottom.
Okay. Hoot Owl says those are very pretty, Sister Marie. And Stuart says, when the shrooms speak, listen.
Yeah, I'm at the point now to where I can't have enough mushrooms in the house.
Well, and just like Ohio Prepper said, the price of mushrooms are going up. So you doing this canning, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an expensive trip today to get these.
Oh, I bet it was. Oh, they are just spectacular. Man, oh man, that color.
Eight more to go. Getting my workout tonight.
That's right.
And I got popping all over the place.
Yes. That is a magnificent sound.
See, just above the blue there?
Right.
Bubbling.
Yep. Miss Sharon said it looks so good. And Random JL says, Sister Marie, wonderful. Spotted Fawn has a question. Sister Marie, what type of mushrooms did you use?
Just regular white mushrooms.
Auslander, I'm right there with you.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you don't drink all the beer, it's good for barter in a shift situation. I mean, shit.
There we go.
And I got 4 of these.
Hoot Owl says those are big mushrooms.
Yeah, some of them were pretty big.
Spotted Fawn says thanks. Ooh, be careful. Matthew, what are you doing? It's a little moth. No, don't. You're going to knock stuff down. Son?
Why?
Oh,
He's going wild.
just the color and everything. I mean,
He's going
wow.
wild.
Stuart says, Sister Marie is so gangsta. Her cans pop and sounds like rounds chambered.
He's going crazy.
I don't have time to do them tonight. I'll probably do them tomorrow, but I got 10 pounds of peaches to do.
Nice.
Ooh. Yeah. It's one of those go big or go home.
There you go. Get in what you can, and yes. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Backwoods says very or nice, Sister Marie.
And he knows how they taste.
Yes, he does.
One thing with these mushrooms, though, it's taken me quite a while because I've canned like 3 or 4 times on the mushrooms.
Right.
Practice makes perfect.
That's right.
I'm not perfect yet, but I'm getting there on the mushrooms. My first set of mushrooms, first batch I did. This is a half pint. There was, by the time it came to this point, it was a half a jar.
Okay.
So it takes practice.
Yep. I think it's that way with a lot of vegetables, even like tomatoes, and even when you're doing squash and stuff. So
Yeah.
I completely understand.
Last one.
Stuart says mushroom ketchup, y'all. Look it up.
Ooh.
My 11-year-old's like, oh, that sounds so gross. Now, mind you guys, this is the kid that does not like vegetables at all.
I hate vegetables. I will not eat them.
Okay, Matthew. Hoodow says, my mom and her 2 sisters used to go buy 4 bushels of peaches to can at one time. Yep. Those came out beautiful, Sister Marie. I love watching everyone.
Thank you. I just need to grab something over here real quick.
You're fine. Hey, excuse me.
Ow. Keep going.
That sound makes me so happy.
I don't like that sound.
Oh, yeah.
Into bed now. Good night. Good night, boys.
Good night, gentlemen.
Stuart, you got my boys talking about mushroom ketchup as they walk up the stairs to go to bed. Matthew's like, does mushroom ketchup sound good?
Yeah. You use it on your burgers.
Yeah. No, into bed now. I mean it. Good night. I love you both. Sleep well, boys. Ooh, yes. Pepper in the ketchup. Spicy ketchup. That's one thing I want to make when tomato harvest time comes. I want to make homemade ketchup.
We'll have to get together on that one because that sounds interesting.
Yes, I've got a recipe to can homemade ketchup and barbecue sauce. And there was one other sauce. There's another sauce I wanted to do in can. So I was like, yeah, might as well. I mean, last year with my tomato harvest, I did diced tomatoes.
Oh.
And I did like the base of my homemade spaghetti sauce. Like I didn't add any protein. I didn't make it a meat sauce. It's just straight tomatoes. And so that way when I want to use it, if I have a protein or if I want to use chicken or whatever, then I can.
Right.
So yeah.
See, that's why I can the way I do. The way I do is more of an ingredient canner
Yes.
so that I have that versatility.
No, and
But
that's the thing.
I can see the benefits of the way that you can for meals.
I do both though. Like when I first started canning, I did a lot of just ingredient canning. And then, like I say, I started getting more explorative with the canning. And so then it was all about the meals because like I did potatoes, I did squash, I did applesauce, I did apple butter, I did like every kind of jam I could. I did some fruits. I did green beans. I did all that. And then it was like, okay. And then I hit proteins and I did ground beef. I did pork. I did chicken. Obviously some stuff with beef. And then now it's like, okay, now I'm doing meals. And then I know once with my garden, once harvest time comes, it'll be a combination of everything. It'll be, ingredient. Like when I was on Liberty Tree on Monday, I did the peppers and the pickles. So, I mean, I mix it up.
Yeah. With me, I think about what I actually like eating. And with me, I'm kind of set in my ways. So
Of course.
So there's only certain things that I eat.
Yeah.
Especially with my diet.
Right.
And I need to up my game on vegetables though.
I feel you on that. I'm trying to think like we've used the green beans. So yeah, that'll be things that I up to. I mean, my 11-year-old can't stand vegetables. My 6-year-old, she loves vegetables. And my 14-year-old, he goes back and forth. So, but I mean, vegetables are important. And I want to do the same with fruit. Like I was going to buy peaches at Costco because they had Georgia peaches. And I was like, no, I need to can what I already have, set out ready to go.
Right.
But no, I definitely want to do peaches and I love peaches. TT1, we are going to be wrapping it up because it is 1:00 in the morning and I've got a full day tomorrow. Goodness.
And I've got to open tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Everybody, I think we still have 18 people in here. To each and every one of you 18 people that are in here, thank you. Thank you for being here, even if you're not chatting, whatever the case. Thank you guys for coming. I hope you all learned something or at least enjoyed yourselves this evening. So, again, thank you all for being here, supporting, watching, learning. I'll see you guys next Friday.
Thanks,
Good night,
guys.
Backwoods.
Good night.
Good night, Backwoods, TT1, Spotted Fawn, Random JL, Miss Sharon, Stewart, Hoot Owl. And one last thing. Thank you to everyone who joined tonight. Sister Marie, Wizard, Roots, Ghost. Thank you guys so much for making my night fun and keeping me company. Everyone be safe and be well. I'll see you soon.